Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. The time is 4:31 p.m. I would like to call the regularly scheduled Long Beach Community College Board of Trustees, the Community College District meeting to order. It's very nice to cyber see everyone. I can't believe that, we thought that one meeting in March was going to be it, but it looks like we might be having a couple more meetings like this. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in. And Madam Secretary, could you please take roll?
Virginia Baxter.
Here.
Vivian Malauulu.
Here.
Uduak Joanne Tuck.
Here.
Doug Otto.
Here.
Sunny Zia.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, item 1.3 on the agenda. Are there any comments, public comments on closed session items?
I have received none.
Thank you. And we will be adjourning into closed session to discuss two items on closed session. Before I do, I just want to remind the public that we are having to meet remotely because of the COVID-19. The World Health Organization and our country has declared the pandemic and a public health situation. We are adhering to the revised Brown Act regulations that Governor Gavin Newsom passed in March. So we are able to meet remotely, and members of the public are able to tune in and watch live. And you're able to submit comments. Please visit our website, lbcc.edu, for that information. We have two items for closed session. Item 1.4 is conference with real property negotiators. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, property, Los Coyotes property 3320 and 3340, Los Coyotes Diagonal, and 3325, Palo Verde Avenue, Long Beach, California 90808, also known as the Los Coyotes site property. Negotiating parties, Long Beach Community College District as the seller, Atkinson, Andelson, Loya, Rudd, and Romo District Council, and Los Coyotes Redevelopment LLC as the buyer. The purpose, instructions to negotiators concerning price and terms of payment for the sale of the property. Item 1.5, LBCC FA negotiation items pursuant to Government Code Section 3549.1. And there are attachments on the agenda if anybody is interested in reviewing those attachments. So at this time, I'd like to adjourn into closed session. It is 4:34, and we will be back at 5:30 to reconvene. All right, good afternoon, everyone. The time is 5:31, and I would like to welcome all of you to the regularly scheduled Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees meeting. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, and we are reconvening from our closed session. Madam Secretary, let's go ahead and begin with the flag salute, please.
I believe we have, oh yeah, no, sorry. Okay, you want me to lead it?
Absolutely. Would you care to do us the honor?
Yes, where is my flag?
So we've got our wonderful tech team there who is going to display a flag for us, and then we can begin.
Okay, well, shall we stand and right hand over our heart? Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation,
under
God,
God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right.
All right, thank you, everyone. Just as a reminder for anyone just tuning in that we are conducting these remote board meetings in compliance with the revised Brown Act restrictions and guidelines that Governor Gavin Newsom set forth back in March. This is our second regularly scheduled board meeting, which abides by these revised Brown Act regulations. And we have had other special meetings since. So thank you, everyone, for understanding. You, those of you tuning in at home, and if you would like to contact us, please do so via the website, lbcc.edu. Madam Secretary, can you please take roll? And then we have one more announcement there.
Okay. Virginia Baxter.
Here.
Vivian Malauulu.
Here.
Uduak Joe Intuk.
Here.
Doug Otto.
Here.
Sunny Zia.
Present.
Student Trustee Jimenez.
Here. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. And also, I neglected to call the meeting to order in honor of a particular resident who is one of Trustee Baxter's constituents. So I'd like to defer to Trustee Baxter, who will share the information with us.
Okay.
Thank you, President Malauulu. I would like to open the meeting in honor of Lieutenant Colonel Sam Sachs. Sam is a Lakewood resident. He is celebrating his 105th birthday in a couple of weeks. And I had the honor and pleasure of hearing him speak at the Long Beach Rotary. He was a pilot. He was at the Normandy invasion and actually was part of the invasion force flying a glider and landing in France from England in 1944. So everyone, I'm sure, in Long Beach and Lakewood is going to want to wish him a very happy 105th birthday.
Thank you very much, Trustee Baxter. Certainly wish him a happy birthday, too. And now I'm going to report out. We did make a decision in closed session, and I'm navigating here. So I'm going to read out item, let's see. Apologies to the viewing public, but we're having to switch back and forth multiple screens here. And let's see. So it was item 1.4. It was a conference with real property negotiators. And a decision was made. The Board of Trustees convened in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 and discussed with its real property negotiators price and terms of payment associated with the proposed sale of the district's Los Coyotes Diagonal site. The Board of Trustees voted 5-0 unanimously to approve the Los Coyotes Diagonal Redevelopment LLC request to amend the purchase and sale agreement as follows. Buyer will pay to seller earned but unpaid rent as of the close of escrow. Buyer's initial deposit has now become non-refundable. the closing date sale to be extended to June 10th, 2020. However, there's some stipulations there. If by June 1st, 2020, all major banks are still working on SBA PPP loans to the exclusion of all other commercial lending, then buyer can exercise an option to notify seller that they are moving the closing date to July 10th, 2020. The second stipulation, if by July 1st, 2020, all major banks are still working on SBA PPP loans to the exclusion of all other commercial lending, then buyer can exercise an option to notify seller that they are moving the closing date to August 10th, 2020. And the third stipulation, if by August 1st, 2020, all major banks are still working on SBA PPP loans to the exclusion of all other commercial lending, then the buyer can exercise an option to notify seller that they are moving the closing date to September 10th, 2020. Hopefully, we won't need any additional stipulations going into the future. Roll call vote. Again, it was unanimous with all 5 trustees voting aye. Thank you for that. And item 1.5 on the agenda, direction was given, nothing to report out. So now we will move on to item 2.5. Madam Secretary, are there any public comments on agenda items?
No, Madam President, I have received no emails on public comments.
All right, thank you very much. Item 2.6, we have 2 sets of minutes. They are attached for the benefit of the public. If you are interested in looking at the minutes, we need to approve minutes of the February 26th and March 25th regular Board of Trustee meetings. Can I get a motion, please?
So move.
Is that a motion
Second.
for individual minutes, Madam Secretary, or would you like one motion for?
They're together, but if there are comments or a correction that I need to make or something, you can respond to those separately. But in all,
Okay, I believe that was Trustee Baxter who made the motion and Trustee Zia who seconded. Did I hear that correctly?
I seconded.
Okay, sounds good. So we have a motion and a second to,
excuse me, Jenna, was that you that said you seconded? Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, she sounds like me, but I didn't second it. It was Jenna.
Yeah.
okay, okay, got it. Madam
I'm
Secretary,
flattered.
is she allowed to make a motion and a second?
There is, but I was doing this on board docs and it doesn't allow for a student trustee on there. So I'm going to,
I'll second it.
that would be best. And I can make that note, Jenna, on that. The minutes are the board, so I think we'll be okay on that one.
Okay. All right, so Jenna, thank you. I appreciate your enthusiasm there. Trustee Zia, are you okay if we continue with student trustees second and then Madam Secretary can revise that on board docs?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, sounds good. We have a motion by Trustee Baxter and a second by student trustee Jenna Jimenez.
It's actually going to read Baxter as motion and Zia as second, and I'll have to add in the minutes the note on Jenna. And let's call Jenna's vote first as advisory also.
Okay, it's a roll call vote, please.
Aye.
Student trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. Our poor board secretary has been very busy with a lot of sets of minutes. Item 2.7 has 4 different sets of minutes from 4 different special meetings. So I need a motion and a second to approve the special meeting minutes for March 4th, 2020, March 10th, 2020, March 14th, 2020, and April 1st, 2020.
This is Uduak. I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, we've got a motion by Trustee Ntuk, second by Trustee Zia to approve 4 different sets of minutes for special meetings. Once again, the minutes are attached on board docs for public viewing. Is there any discussion on that? Okay, Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
And thank you all for approving those. It was a lot of work.
Thank you very much, everybody. Motion carries. Now we're going to move on to item 2.7 on the agenda. This is the ASB President Report. Where is Alyssa? I don't see Alyssa on this. We've got 28 participants in this meeting right now.
She's on there.
There you are. I see you.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, I don't have my my video on right now, but alrighty. So first things first. Good evening, everyone. A fairly short report on my end, or at least I'll try to keep it kind of short. On April 3rd to the 5th, I participated in the Student Senate for California Community Colleges 2020 General Assembly as the Long Beach City College delegate. The cabinet and I had been hard at work for weeks reviewing many of the resolutions being put forth, and I was able to take many of the great points made by our students to the online assembly. Overall, there were about 250 Zoom participants, with about 75 being delegates. It was definitely a feat, but we were able to get the job done, pass some great resolutions, and elect the new executive board. I'm excited to and happy to announce that the ASB cabinet launched our social media presence project this week, lovingly called Operation ASB Family. From now to the end of our term and maybe even into the summer, each cabinet member is tasked to take over the ASB Instagram account for a whole day, where they'll be posting and leading different virtual events. I'm personally working on hosting a Netflix watch party soon and establishing some set hours during the week where I and the cabinet members just hang out on Zoom so anyone can join us.
Great idea.
We hope that this push helps us keep connected with each other during what can easily become very isolating times. Lastly, I hope everyone stays safe and healthy. End of my report.
Thank you very much, Jenna. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I didn't realize my my mute was on, but I said that was a great idea. Love to hang out. I miss the student interaction, obviously, at the college. So thank you for taking the initiative to do that. And please extend our gratitude to the rest of the ASB cabinet.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Item 2.9, Jenna Jimenez, the student trustee report.
Hello, everyone. So in my report, I do want to cover some of I really just want to say thank you for a lot of the student services and what they've been doing to help students transition with this COVID-19 situation. First things first, the laptop lending program. I know that was a huge situation for a lot of students. I had students approach me and other members of the cabinet that they were worried because they didn't have a computer at home. And so I'm just really thankful that we were so proactive on, satisfying that need. And I'm just really thankful for that. Also, with the emergency aid application that was leveraged by the CARE Act funds, over $500,000 was given to 1,100 students, and I was one of those students. I did lose my job because of COVID-19. I was a server, so it really alleviated. It really alleviated my needs, especially because as a student who lives at home, I was not able to receive the stimulus check, and I know that many other students had that same issue. I actually put up a poll on Instagram on the story, and I found that about 50% of people that voted weren't able to get the stimulus check. And so I know that half of us are still not being taken care of. And so I'm so thankful that I go to a college that was able to support me in that need, and other students as well. So also the Viking Vault food distribution has been amazing. I mean, it's scary not being able to fund yourself and feed yourself. I think that's, it's a threat. So I'm so thankful that we're able to do that. And I actually got a nice little story from a student, and I want to quote her. I'm not going to give her name or give her name out, but I do want to say what she said to me. And I think it would be a great thing to share. She said, I like that they're taking this seriously by using gloves and packaging everything bags and creating drive-throughs. I really appreciated that. She says they get, sorry. She says, I liked how they were welcoming and willing to be out there at risk so that they can still help others in this time. And so it really speaks a lot about our community at Long Beach City College, how willing we are to just help the students regardless and work through certain situations so that we can help the students. One thing that we traditionally do as in ASB as a student trustee is that we hold an open forum for students on campus. Now that we're not able to do that, Alyssa and I are thinking about, Alyssa, the ASB president, and I are thinking about holding a Zoom so that we can discuss other resources, reiterate topics that were covered in the town hall. I know that not many people were able to, I feel like significantly less people were watching than we actually have students. So we would love to just like have another resource for them to, you know, and talk to us as students, as student leaders. And we will be answering any other questions. We're thinking about doing this in the beginning of May. No set date yet, but we will be putting that out as soon as possible. If there's any questions or things that you guys would like to include for us in that Zoom meeting, please let me know. Please let me know or Alyssa know as well, the ASB president. And end of report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenna.
Jenna, this is Trustee Zia. I would just welcome the opportunity of an invitation to the board as well. If we can participate in your Zoom meeting and learn about the latest and greatest and how we can be of support. I don't want to speak on behalf of my entire board, but I certainly would be interested.
I would love for you to be there. I think the more leaders, the better. And I think the more support, the better. I think that visibility really means a lot to the students. So yes, I would also extend that invitation to any one of you that would like to join on that. We're looking at in the beginning of May, week of May.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good job, Jenna. Appreciate the effort. And thank you for sharing your story with us. This is really good. Makes a difference when you personalize the stories. You know, the fact that you lost your job and you didn't qualify for the stimulus because you live at home, that personalizes things for us and makes us understand why we have to do what we're doing. Thank you. Okay, we will go to item 2.10, which is our LBCC FA Bargaining President Report. I see Diana there. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. These have been challenging times for all of us, and I just want to say I couldn't be prouder to be representing the faculty at this time. FA has a couple of activities going on at this time. One is what we're calling a mutual aid, where we are matching faculty with other vulnerable faculty that perhaps feel they can't leave their homes, so they need to have some marketing products picked up or perhaps a prescription picked up. We'll actually, now we won't handle money, but we'll go and pick it up and take it to another faculty member. Or if a faculty member needs a particular supply, but they don't, once again, they don't want to leave the home, we're willing to do that. Or if just for a wellness check, perhaps you live by yourself, so somebody to just check in on you and see how you're doing. And we coupled with AFT, and AFT is doing the same with their classified employees. A second thing we're doing to keep people engaged is we've started a collage of our members, and we're sending out the collage so that people can still feel connected with other people. So I'll be sure to send the collage to all of you. As well as I want to say, you know, with the safer at home orders continuing, this has been a particularly difficult time for many of our faculty who really love teaching. You know, their passion is teaching, and they love that physical interaction with their students. And, you know, many of the faculty are really missing this, as well as I know our students are missing this. also. And so that has been a real transition. I want to just share my own experience. I have a handful of students that had really good attendance pre-COVID situation, and they haven't had any activity on our Canvas learning management, so I've been calling them, sending them emails, and oftentimes it's going unanswered because I know they have things going on. But there's one student in particular that I'm thinking of that actually, when I was able to contact her, she said one of the reasons that she hasn't been active is that she feels she may have the virus, and she wasn't sure, where to go to be tested. She didn't want to talk about it with her family, because she was concerned her family would worry. And I think this is an example of, I feel like if I was actually in class with her, she probably would have stayed after class, or we would have had this discussion.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps, and after making some calls, she will be able to go someplace and be tested, but I feel like perhaps I could have assisted her sooner. She would have talked to me sooner. Mm-hmm. So this is an example, I think, of many things that the faculty do. And we know right now that we're not having that interaction with our students. So many of our students, are not feeling comfortable to reach out, or we're not able to connect with the students. So I just want to say that, it's been challenging times for all of us. So I know, as all of you are aware, presently FA is in negotiations with the district. And what I would like to say is that I know FA hopes that we can get through negotiations quickly. There's so many things that are going on right now. We feel what we've presented are reasonable items to the district. We feel they're fair items. And I know what the faculty have shown during this pandemic is, when we're asked, we will deliver for the district. And so that's the end of my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I make a comment?
Absolutely.
Ginny.
Yeah. Diana, I think what the faculty and what the classified are doing about reaching out to people is great. Would you want me to send something out to the retirees saying people would be willing to help, or do you not?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Ginny, I'll send you, we have one of our officers, our communications officer, Sean Dents, is the one who's kind of the contact person. So I'll send you his information.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Diana. And same thing. Thank you for sharing that personal story with that student, because it really does make a difference. And I agree with you. I have spoken to a couple of down the street from me when I drive. I know that there's a couple of LBCC students who live just on San Francisco. And I always spoke to them. I always waved to them. And of course, everybody's home. So I've seen them and I said, how's classes going? And same reaction. It's just kind of, they're like, it's not the same when you're not actually physically on campus. And unfortunately, I was driving and I couldn't really stop and have that conversation. But you reminded me that I do need to reach out to them and just be a word of encouragement, because we don't want to lose anybody in this process.
Exactly.
We don't want anybody to fall through the cracks. So that was a good reminder for me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, we've got item 2.11 on the agenda with our AFT bargaining president report. I see Robert there. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Malauulu, Interim President Bynum, and esteemed board members. I want to start by shouting out and recognizing the hard work the custodian department is doing in cleaning and disinfecting our campus for us while we're away. And a special thanks to that crew who's working at PCC, where the COVID-19 and walk-up clinic is. They're still down there cleaning and making sure it stays safe for us when we return. I want to report that Classified is working more than ever with our students each other, the faculty, and the district during this pandemic. We're having our first remote union membership meeting tomorrow night. We're hoping to report to our members over Zoom our current status to try to give them updates, keep them in touch with what's going on the campus. And I just want to let everybody know that we're doing the best we can to pull it all together and keep everyone informed, and we'll send out emails afterwards. And I wish you all stay safe and hope everything goes well in the future.
Thank you very much, Robert. Thank you. And it goes without being said how much we appreciate the work that the classified staff is doing. Everybody has really had the double down, and we're very grateful for that. We've had a lot of discussions. We know everything that is being done to keep the campus clean and safe and to keep things operational for our students. So we're very grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Item 2.12, the certificated hourly instructors. Karen. Let's see. Do we have Karen on for a report? I don't see her on the screen. Did we lose Karen? Okay, if she joins the meeting, please let me know and I'll be happy to come back to item 2.12. We're going to move on to item 2.13, reordering of the agenda. Are there any requests from the board to reorder the agenda? Okay, section 3 of the agenda, the superintendent president report. 3.1, Luann Bynum, your report, please.
Thank you, President Malauulu. You can tell there's been a tremendous amount of activity going on at the campus, and it is heartwarming to hear people personalize it, because the effort, we do it from a higher level decision-making point, and then, to see that it gets deployed the way it's meant to be is really heartening. But I want to give an update on some of the issues that we're looking at now. We mentioned the CARES Act earlier. We're going to be getting funds for that, $14 million. And I think I'll just let Vice President Wine talk about that during her presentation. But you should know that we're continuing to participate in town halls with local, state, and federal elected officials. There was just one hosted this morning by the Chancellor's office, and they had 2,000 people on it, but it was good to hear from some of the elected officials up in Sacramento, and they talked a lot about the budget. And California's been through this before, and so have we, but we'll wait and see what happens. The board members all know, maybe some of the public don't know, that PCC has hosting a rapid assessment center on behalf of the City of Long Beach and the Department of Public Health. So in parking lots 2 and 3, there are tents being set up. They're also using a couple of restrooms in 2 of the buildings. The city is responsible for all of the operations there. That includes the cleaning, the sanitation, the disposal of waste. But and Robert mentioned our custodial staff there. They've been amazing, keeping the bathrooms clean and accessible for the people that come into the Rapid Assessment Center. The National Guard is also there. They're directing traffic and handing out kits and collecting kits. And I think that's been going very well. There may be a need for the city to use the facilities at LAC, but that's pending. We haven't heard anything for sure about that. And I think it just depends on how the virus goes and what the curve looks like and how the hospitals and medical centers can handle any surge that might be there. You should know also that the fees that the district is incurring will be paid eventually by FEMA. And we're being very careful about tracking those fees, because we know it's going to be extremely important for us to be able to get returned all of the extra funds that we're expending now. And we are expending extra funds. We had a virtual town hall last Thursday, April 16th. President Malauulu gave a welcome to everybody that listened in. There were 600 people. Myself and the vice presidents were there. We gave some basic information and then took questions. And we didn't have enough time to answer the questions. And I know, Jenna, you mentioned the student town hall. And if there's any way we can help you, you let us know about that, because certainly we want to do that. We do have the list of questions though, and we will be putting them up on the website in the next few days so people can get the answers to those as well. Let me see here. We made the announcement that we're going to have a virtual commencement ceremony on June 1st for this year, which is very disappointing, I think, to all of us, and especially our students. But we're letting them know that they have the option to be able to participate in the virtual commencement ceremony and also participate in person next year for commencement in 2021. There are some clever, innovative ways to highlight the students during virtual ceremonies. And so the planning committee is working on that. And so we're kind of excited about what that's going to look like for the students. They'll have a chance to kind of customize their own presentation. Fall semester, we've been doing some significant planning the last couple of weeks about fall semester. And we're assessing a return for the fall. It's what we call a limited return, and continuing remote as much as possible. We don't know for sure if that's going to be the case. If we're free to open up completely, that would be wonderful, and we can make that adjustment fairly quickly. But I just want everybody to know that the decision-making we do doesn't occur in a vacuum. We're really directed by the agencies that are putting directions out for us, whether it's the state, which would be the state of California, the county of LA, the city of Long Beach, the Long Beach Department of Public Health. So we follow those as best we can. I think we're doing a good job. I know there's a lot of people itching to get out of their homes and start to get back to normal, but we do have to be careful. So whatever we end up doing, we want to make sure that we're prepared for all possible options. Couple of examples of LBCC stepping up. Paul Kaminsky will be giving a report to the foundation tonight. And I'm not going to steal his thunder, but I do want to thank the foundation and their board of governors and express our appreciation for their generosity in an emergency student aid fund that they have set up. It's my understanding that it went way beyond originally their expectations. So I'll let Paul share that information with you. Also, I wanted to highlight a true act of generosity and care that was organized by the Dean of the School of Trades and Technology, Gene Carbonaro, and about 25 City College colleagues. They collected more than 4,000 in donations, and the team was able to purchase and deliver specifically requested goods, food, drink, personal hygiene items for the Los Angeles Midnight Mission. And they've made a few trips up there. We're all very proud of what they're doing. And they noticed an extreme need there at the mission, and they reached out, and I think they're continuing to do the same thing. So our deep gratitude for them for representing Long Beach City College so well. I know Jenna talked about some of the things that have been happening. I was glad to hear that things are getting down at the ground level. We have given out about 300 laptops. We're targeting about 1,000 to give out. We've distributed about 1,000 bags of groceries, and we're continuing to train faculty on online instruction. They've put over 2,000 courses online, which is amazing. And many of those happened in 3 or 4 days. Excuse me. Anyways, our college, faculty, and staff go way above and beyond, and they make us very proud. Finally, I just want to let you know that the City of Long Beach created an economic recovery advisory group chaired by former Mayor Bob Foster. And I've been asked to serve on that to represent education. The group is charged with providing recommendations on economic impact of the COVID-19 health emergency, seeking input from businesses and residents on what sectors of the economy are most in demand if we were to do a phased reopening, and developing recommendations and ideas on how business and operations could safely re-engage as we prepare for future changes to the different health orders that are in place. I'm glad I'm on that. I hope that I can get the most immediate updated information, but that comes from the mayor's office. The recommendations will go to the mayor and the city council. So we'll see where that goes. But I'm pleased to see that the city of Long Beach is looking at that as a possibility. And I do have one more item, if I may. At the last board meeting, I was asked to assess the need to keep on the official agenda the running list of all board requests, either given in a formal board meeting, these requests, or requests outside of a formal board meeting. There are actually two types: official requests at a board meeting for reports or an agenda item to be added in the future, and then non-BOT Board of Trustees meeting requests, either written or verbal, from individual board members to the superintendent president. I spoke with President Malauulu, and with her concurrence, we've made two changes on the agenda just for today, so you can have a chance to experience, but let me explain our reasoning. Item 3.1 has been changed to the interim superintendent president's report only. And further, under section 11, we have added item 11.5, future reports. The reasoning is this: the board's formal agenda is driven by the business of the board as a whole, not by individual members. And one of my responsibilities is to evaluate and determine whether a request for a future report or an agenda item requested by a trustee is feasible, timely, legally required, or that it is already scheduled and required to be reported on or acted on based on internal tracking and preparation of the board agenda. You know, the president has historically done that through his or her office, does that tracking and responds individually to a board member request or to the board president if it should become an official agenda item. Further, I just wanted to share with you, because I think this is important for consideration today, administrative regulations speak to that issue as well. Members of the board may place items on the agenda. This is from 2020 regulation 2025.7. Members may place items on the agenda which relate directly to district business by submitting them to the president of the board or to the superintendent president 5 calendar days prior to the next regular board meeting. The board or during the call for new business, then a member may also ask that an agenda item or a future report be placed. There's also Administrative Reg 2025-8 that states individual board member requests for staff reports or data research, recognizing that the time and expense expended by staff in preparing reports could be either a lot of time or not, shall apply the following. Any board member desiring staff reports or data research shall request placement of the item on a future agenda under new business or future reports for board consideration. Either a board majority or a consensus of the board is necessary to give direction to the superintendent president to prepare such a staff report. So board requests for future reports, discussion items, and future agenda items has been a standing item on the agenda since 1998. I get requests from all of you, and I understand that. You know, I communicate with you, and I've set up standing meetings with all of you. But most of them are pretty straightforward. Most of the requests have to do with things like refunds for student budget items, summary of fees, response to student issues during the COVID issue right now. These requests are not board business as a whole. They are individual requests. If a request involves a potential board business item as a whole, I would work appropriately with the member and the board president to agendize that item and that request. Otherwise, the request, in my opinion, should be tracked and handled by my office directly. I know that that listing was a request or was something that the former president put in place. It wasn't something that I had requested, but I just think it's important that we have a chance to revisit this and see if we can streamline some of this and perhaps have the confidence in me to be able to respond to you all appropriately from your requests and try to get back to you in a timely way as possible. Keeping a list of the official board items and reports, I think, is appropriate because, you know, we do that anyways in the office and we can just transfer that to a board agenda item. But that was my take on it. And I think I'll just turn it over to President Malauulu to see if you want to have a discussion or does anybody have any questions, I guess?
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent President Bynum. I only have one question and it goes back to commencement. You mentioned that the commencement would be moved online, which I am aware of, but you said June 1st. Is that correct? Did you mean to say June 1st or is it still going to be on June 4th?
It's June 4th. I don't know where it came from.
Okay, so the date will still be the same.
June 4th.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. I just want to make sure. And I know that we're still ironing out the logistics. I know that we still have some decisions that need to be made, but can you give, for the benefit of the public, just an overview of what some of the thoughts are that you're considering? I know that this is going to be it's a monumental task to be able to conduct an online commencement ceremony for hundreds of students. And I think that discussion needs to be had so people know what to expect.
Mm-hmm. I'd be happy to. There are some platforms out there that actually do virtual commencements online, and that makes it much easier for us because they have some very innovative and creative ideas. We still have a student speaker, valedictorian. We still have the president of the board speak. We have some of our constituency groups also say a few words. The part with the students, it goes around some kind of a framed picture that a student is able to put together with some guidelines that kind of tells the story of their time and their life at Long Beach City College and or the program that they're studying. And so that flashes on the screen, and that's recognizing the student at that moment. And the student and his or her family can participate in that. But we haven't talked yet about the timing. I don't know what kind of timing that takes yet. The planning committee is looking at it right now, but my guess is it'll probably be a 3 or 4 hour event.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Fair enough. And I hope that by the May meeting, we have details finalized for commencement or even prior to the May meeting so that we can start, people can prepare, especially
yes.
And their families can prepare. I found something online that actually had graduation commencement ceremonies by department during times. So maybe particular school could be during a certain time and different departments could be during a certain time, just to minimize the impact of having people on the website and online. And also so you could fine tune your invitation to let your families know that, your department will be graduating between this time and this time. Anything that we can do to make the process more user-friendly and just a little easier on them.
There's options to do that. For example, you can have a pinning ceremony, recognition online, or you recognize the Puente students, or you could do a college of students, a school of students too. So I think that's all going to be crunched by our planning committee, and they'll make recommendations to bring forward to us. And of course, we'll bring them to you. But you're right, we got to get on it right away because we want to get the invitations out. And if we wait a month to figure it out, we're going to be too late. So we're on it now.
I agree. Thank you very much. Do any board members want to weigh in on the superintendent president's report before we move on?
Chair?
I hear you, but is that, who is that?
Student trustee.
Jenna?
Okay,
Jenna.
There you go, Jenna. Go ahead.
I thank you for, taking the initiative to get something done for the students. As a student, I know that it's super important that this experience is special. And whatever program or platform that we end up using, as long as it's extremely special and memorable, I think, I mean, there's so many innovative ways that we can make it special for a student. And so, I mean, a lot of students do feel like this moment is taken away from them and would rather even postpone the graduation. But if in the case that we can't do that, it would be just amazing just to make it as memorable as possible, even still have them wear, you know, the gown or sent to their house, just so that they have the feeling of the sash and, you know, just the cords or whatever it may be, the you know, the tassel. I think that's very symbolic. So whatever we can do to satisfy that.
I think, Jenna, you need to be on the planning committee.
I'll do that.
I hope there are students.
You know, I have amazing ideas to make things special. I love doing events.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Well, let me know also, I forgot to mention, and it's not the same, I realize that.
Yeah.
This also can come back and go through the actual walkthrough commencement in 2021, but it's something. It's not quite the same, but it's still
That's nice.
commencement ceremony. So actually they get a chance to take 2 cracks at it, you know?
Yeah, that's even better.
Okay.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Superintendent Bynum, are there students on the committee? I hope there's student input for the commencement committee.
I'm sure there is, but I'm going to ask Mike, Dr. Munoz to respond to that.
Let's see.
So actually, I'm not.
Of users.
Hi. So we do have a commencement committee. I'm not sure exactly who's on it in terms of which student leaders, but usually there is, like, the ASB president has been invited in previous years. So I can look that up and let you know what students, but I'm sure we can extend an invitation to our student trustee.
That'd be great.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we definitely need to have some student input there. Students tend to have a lot better, more creative ideas than we do. So thank you for that.
I would be happy to participate. So yeah, let me know whenever the meeting. I'd be happy to be there.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Bynum. We're going to move on to section 4 on the agenda, which is our presentations. We have 2 presentations today. One is the LBCC Foundation report to the board. We've got Paul Kaminsky there. I see you online, and he's going to take us through this presentation.
Well, welcome. Thank you for President Malauulu, Vice President Entuk, trustees Zia, Trustee Baxter, Trustee Otto, and Student Trustee Jenna Jimenez. Thank you for this opportunity. Kudos to the school leadership. I just want to echo that. It's been really brilliant leadership in this time, hearing it from the community. And so kudos to that. I'd like to give kudos to my staff as well. We transitioned to an online platform pretty quick, and we've been able to kind of almost get ahead of ourselves a little bit here in the process. So some of this forced us to get out ahead and to do some things maybe that we wouldn't have done. So this presentation really is about transformational change. Just briefly on the mission, kind of speaking to the moment, the ever evolving learning environment, which everybody is going through right now. I think our mission is speaking to that as well. And if you go down to our, we are a gateway to our diverse community, and we are here to support the college's role as a community innovator and leader. And the college is really stepping up to do those roles right now. So we appreciate being a partner in that. So you can go to the next slide. And what we're really working on is we're going from more of a transactional foundation to more of a transformational foundation. And that's really kind of based in relationships and really involving the staff more on that. And so when all the nonprofits, when their stakeholders work together, it really has an opportunity to be able to create change. So that's kind of, we're excited about that. If you could hit the next one as well. Thank you. When donors feel like they're kind of a co-partner and a shared vision, and we're seeing that right now, actually, they will give more, not out of obligation, but they feel they're part of the vision, which I think is really important. So you can move to the next point as well. And keeping existing donors by building this trust is far more cost effective than identifying new ones. And that's one thing that we're really implementing right now is a stewardship and retention program. We've been working on it for a while. We're not ready to completely unveil it yet, but it will have different components of welcoming new donors to donors that we've had for a long time. And there'll be key points in the year where we'll be reaching out to those donors. So that's something that we are working on as part of the transformational process here. You can move to the next slide there. They trust you because your actions have demonstrated, I'm going to the last line, that you care about their needs. During this time, a lot of us have been calling our donors and reaching out to them, the ones that we know who are alone and may not have a support system. And so, we're trying to be good stewards of the resources that we have and to let our donors know that they can trust us with their donations. And so we're making a lot more efforts to reach out to a lot more donors during this time. So that's one area that we're going to, and you can move on to the last one there. I think you can, yeah. And really it's about trust, and this is how we can truly transform the foundation as well as society. And so we're moving into a lot of different changes, and that's probably the biggest thing for everybody now is speaking to change. So you can move to the next slide. So part of that transformation really is about internal transformation, as well as external, and some of the things that we're doing to speak to that. We're looking to revise our job titles that reflect fundraising. Some of our staff have indicated that they would like to have expanded fundraising roles, and so we're going to take advantage of that. And all this has been in discussion with the staff. This is not any unilateral decisions on my part. We're also looking at how we recruit our Board of Governors, creating more opportunities for diversity. We've been talking about that. 5 out of our 7 potential Board of Governors that we are looking at bringing on do reflect diverse communities. So we are looking to transform our Board of Governors and maybe some opportunities for folks who may not be at a certain giving level, but they have a lot of energy and they want to get involved in the process. So we're even looking at the board structure, maybe some subcommittees, different community committees, really expanding our scope in that realm too. So we're exploring that. During this time too, as far as scholarships go, we will be awarding over $1 million again. We've kept that process going. This is a really important time for our students. They need to know that the support is still going to be here. And so we're working with our donors as well. And we're also going to be implementing a new management system for our scholarship program, which will connect our donors closer to the process. And so we're hoping that's part of the stewardship piece. So we're going to be launching that shortly. That'll be part of the scholarship program. We're also putting together a formal legacy society with actual meetings, and been working on a lot of legacy gifts over this break. It's given me an opportunity to connect with some of our donors. There's a lot of passion in the community about making sure that Long Beach City College has what it needs in the future to be a viable school and to make sure our students are supported. So we're looking at those donors who want to leave us in their will, and that's one area that we're really kind of ramping up. We're also revisiting all our policies and procedures to make sure that they reflect, diversity as well as access and all those things. So we're going through all our policies in this process as well, and relationship building. Other members of the staff are looking to create those relationships out in the community so we can really extend our scope. And so that's one area that we are really building up. And if you go to the next slide. And so one of the example, this is not set in stone, but one example that we were looking at as possible, some new titles that reflect fundraising. I have a lot of experience in major and planned and estate gifts, and that's probably where a lot of my focus will be on. And then, looking at Nancy, really working with Shira on the scholarship and legacy giving, along with operations, increasing Paula's scope, Director of Development and Alumni Relations, but being out in the community more, building those relationships on a personal level with our alumni, Matt has stepped up. He just finished some training in grants. And so we're looking at expanding his role as a fundraiser. Also, Cindy is looking as a development coordinator, and her area would be tied to stewardship, retention, and data management. And then I put in a couple in a perfect world, a couple other opportunities that may exist here in the near future. This COVID-19 changed some things, but possibilities of a development manager and a development coordinator. And that would be an opportunity to open up our foundation to some new recruits, which would be exciting. Lois and Lynn are comfortable in the positions. They're long-term employees. They're comfortable and they do a great job in the positions that they're in. So we weren't looking at expanding their roles right now. So go ahead and move to the next slide. So some of the external transformation that we're in the process of doing a feasibility study, really reaching out to the community, getting community input, which I think is really key in anything that you do. Because really, we're serving the school, but really have to have an eye on the community and what the community sees is our areas that they want to support. And so we sent out 1,000 surveys. They were sent to community stakeholders. And we did get back double the normal response that the feasibility team does get back on one of these things. We put together a study advisory committee with school leadership on that, board leadership and community leadership, folks who are not on our board right now, but they're out in the community and they do have good influence and great ideas. So they're on our study advisory committee and giving input. The campaign that we're looking at doing it would be a comprehensive programmatic endowment campaign to put larger endowments around some of the things. And you'll see what that'll look like in a minute, but it would be, it's not really a capital campaign. It's more of an endowment campaign. So that will have funds for programs in the future. This campaign will speak to our 100-year anniversary and really kind of prepare the foundation and the school to speak to the future and what the future might look like and to have resources available down the road. Right now, we're kind of in the silent phase of that campaign. We've been doing work behind the scenes, talking to donors, kind of solidifying some gifts, working on larger grants, things of that nature. That's part of the silent phase. The silent phase could go on for years. It depends when you want to launch the campaign. And then we're looking at, improved structure to accommodate immediate need. And one of those things was the Student Emergency Fund. Really didn't have a fund to accommodate that. And so we were able to create that. We actually created that before all this happened. We had a few students who needed some interim help. And so we did create a Student Emergency Fund, which I'll talk about that in a minute. But that's some of the external transformation that we'll be doing. So you can move to the next slide. And this was kind of the survey pool that came back. And so we kind of had a nice mix of current students, alumni, current faculty, former faculty. That's really, your faculty is very invested. That you should be very proud of that. Current volunteers, former volunteers, current foundation board members, community program participants. So that's kind of the breakdown of the survey results. From that, next slide, please. Thank you. And this is the years of involvement that took the survey. So we had a lot of folks from the 11 to 30 year, and that's really good. We have a really good partnership with the community, young and old, with those relationships. That is really good for a campaign. You can speak to all these different constituent groups, which I think is really exciting. It's not super weighted in one area, but you have a nice kind of a mix there, which is great. So the next slide, please. And it came back. These were some of the areas of the information that we did garner when the survey did come back. That career and technical education was very important. College promise, very important. Workforce development, homeless student initiatives, nursing, child development, lifetime learning center, athletics. Those were the tops that came back from the survey. Since then, Student Emergency Fund has kind of emerged too. So we've looked at that as a funding area as well, and programming to be able to fund needs that emerge when they emerge, because you never know. We've learned that lately. So we want to be able to prepare for that for the future. So you can move to the next slide. So as of, I just did a little snapshot as of January 1st to April 1st. We actually have some updated numbers from that. As of yesterday, we actually have 287 donors in kind of a short period of time, which is good. And probably upwards of about 150, 160 first-time donors now. I know the slide says 95, but these are kind of adjusted numbers. And actually the total fundraising is upwards of about 580,000, which now does include the XFL and does include the Josephine S. Gumbiner Foundation, which we knew were coming, but they weren't in the system yet. Now they are. So that's just some updates. This is kind of, in our silent phase. So you can move to the next slide. Some of the transformational gifts that we have received and are working on. One of the estate gifts I had alluded to at a couple of presentations before. We did get the paperwork on that, and we are going to receive at some point a large 100% of an estate, which the current value is right around $2 million right now, and it will be an endowment for scholarships for the future, which I think is fantastic. And there's not a lot of restrictions on those scholarships, so it'll really serve the school well. And that was exciting. We also did receive a $650,000 grant from the John and Helen Apostle Foundation. We received the first year check for $130,000, and that's for workforce development, really about some of our students don't have the ability to take an unpaid internship, even if it's in their field of study, because they have commitments. And so this grant will speak to that and will allow those students to be able to get a stipend. And so this foundational grant, the foundation wants to continue this grant into the future as well. So we have a really good opportunity working with Melissa and Workforce Development. In that, we received 2 large bequests as well. That was $287,000. We worked with donors who money came in for their loved ones who had passed, and we worked on conversations with the donors, and we were able to move them to do endowed scholarships. So those will be more permanent, and we're working on that. And we had 2 in place, and we're working on another one that is pending. So that speaks to transformation as well, having those conversations with donor and just letting them know the long term. Everything is long term. This campaign will be long term. Speak to the 100-year anniversary. So you can move to the next slide here. Our COVID response, we acted pretty quick, and we did establish a student emergency fund, which was actually established a little bit before, which was great. So we were able to move pretty quick. We've been partnering with student services. We want to work together with the school to make sure the needs are being met. And so I've been working with Dr. Munoz with that. And so we'll be providing resources when called upon through student services to make sure we are partnering with the school. As to date, we went over the $40,000 mark, which was great. We had 2. The board put up $10,000 match, which we matched pretty quick, and then the Don Temple Family Charitable Foundation and an anonymous donor put up another $10,000, which we matched pretty quick as well. We sent out 230,000 emails during that campaign, which is quite amazing when you think about it. And we got a lot of response every time we sent them out. We coupled that with news about the school. We sent information about the town hall and different things. So we used that opportunity. We also used our new alumni list, which we have about 185,000 names on that. And so to different groups, we sent different emails responding or kind of appealing to different levels. So some was a $10 appeal, others were larger, depending on the segmentation of that data and the age group that we were looking at. So that was the kind of the online appeals. We got a lot of great data because we're able to see how many were opened and things like that, which is pretty good. We're going to be able to use that for our future online campaigns. This is really the first time that the foundation has done a campaign quite like this online. So we took this opportunity to kind of pioneer this, and we're going to take a lot of information from it, and that's exciting. That'll be part of the campaign. It'll be an online component. We're also working with the faculty during this time. We approved all the faculty grants. We also had money left over. So we're able to carry over some of the faculty grants from last year that they were not able to fully implement. So we're working with the faculty to make sure that we are inclusive and supporting them. We also have some money left over, and I'm working with curriculum and with Superintendent Bynum on some opportunities. Maybe we can fund something that will speak to online learning or something that may come up in the near future here. So we are working on that. Scholarships, again, we have spent about 1.5 years going through every individual scholarship, and we have got it down to about 450 unique scholarships. There's multiple scholarships in that, and that does not include the agency scholarships. So in total, we're probably, about 1.1 million will come through us and go to students, which will be great. They are counting on this money. The golf tournament during this time, although we had to cancel it, we are asking the donors to make donations to it. We retained our title sponsor, and so Dr. Husak has been working on that with the golf tournament committee, and so we've been reaching out to all those donors as well. For instance, if tee fees were $250 and $125 of that went for the donation part, we are asking the donors for $125. So that's in the process right now. We've moved all of our meetings online, and the Zoom experience, which is different, but everybody was able to get into that, which is good. I want to give a shout out to our Lifetime Learning Center and Teresa Brunella. She's got the seniors doing Tai Chi Zoom classes and keeping them involved. They've had about 40 attendees on each class, and I just think that's a fantastic. It speaks to the community, and that's the most important part. And so you go on to the next slide. And then we kind of formed a partnership early on to try to, we had to change a line in our articles of incorporation so we could receive food from the LA Regional Food Bank, which came in handy right before kind of all this happened. And if you go to the last slide, and that was kind of the aftermath of that. The food bank did make its delivery, and we're going to have probably some mobile services as well into the future. So that is my kind of overview of the work that the foundation has been doing.
Very good. Thank you, Paul. That was an excellent report. Appreciate the effort that you're making to reach the students. And I hope I did get your message that the town hall shout out for the fundraising. I hope that was successful. Anybody else like to comment on that? I see your hand, Trustee Baxter.
Okay, thank you, President Malauulu. I just want to salute Paul because he is doing what I could have, I'm not going to say could have been doing in that delegate, and anybody who's worked with me knows this, he's delegating things so that he can work on the most important thing, which is donor relations. And so this is really good. This is very important as we move forward. So I want to give you credit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd like to also speak.
Trustee Zia?
I also want to echo Trustee Baxter's remarks and thank you, Paul, for a wonderful presentation. It was so substantive, and you touched on some of the key things that are have been really important to this board. And I really appreciate your responsiveness and you valuing our input and working so collaboratively. I really appreciate the emergency fund that you have started for our students. Also receiving food from food banks, because it was a really difficult task. And now that we can do that, especially during this time, it's really meaningful. So thank you so much for all the work you're doing. And thank you for really streamlining some of the inefficiencies and really making it much better and in order to help and serve our students. So I really value you and your commitment, your entire team.
Thank you.
And very much. Thank you, Paul.
Can I weigh in?
Yes, Trustee Otto.
Yeah, Paul, really a truly great presentation. And it's so exciting to see all the things that the foundation is doing at this point and will be doing in the future. You've really sort of at a very difficult time, really picked up the ball and run with it. And I couldn't be prouder of how you're being perceived in the community, the work that you're doing, and the plans that you've got for the future. So keep it up. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Pear? Yes, is that Jenna?
Yes. Something that wasn't mentioned as well was the fact that the emergency aid funds that was leveraged through the CARE Act, that Long Beach City College was able to get this application out and leverage these funds as quickly as they did. So I really appreciate you for doing it as quick as possible. It really meant a lot to me personally. I know to other students as well. I was shocked by how quick it was. And I know that other colleges they're in the process of getting this application together. So I just appreciate the work on your behalf on getting it to us so quickly.
That's a great observation, Jenna. And I think the same could be said about just about everything on campus. We were able to transition everything very quickly. The transition was almost seamless from regular instruction to online instruction. Support, aid, the basic needs, everything happened very quickly. So we're very proud of that. Okay, we're going to move on. We do have one additional presentation, actually two more. Item 4.2, economic development for COVID-19 update. And this is Pat Nye. I'm going to defer that to Pat. I don't know if Vice President Marlene Drinkwine will start that off, or Superintendent Bynum.
Thank you, President Malauulu. I'm very happy to introduce Pat. He's done a phenomenal job as our Chief Operating Officer for our Economic Development Unit. And we've been able to provide a tremendous amount of help to our community. And with that, I will turn it over to Pat.
Thank you, Vice President Drinkwine, and good evening to trustees, Superintendent President Bynum, and my LBCC colleagues. Economic development is a fairly unique and distinctive thing that Long Beach City College has that many community colleges do not have. And for LBCC, this really breaks into three different programs, which I'll get into here in a moment. But really, the overall goal and intent here is that we're serving small businesses within our community with the goal of driving greater revenue and job growth. And ultimately, this creates opportunities for our graduates, either to be able to find a job when they're through with their education, or potentially become entrepreneurs themselves and migrate into a healthy economic condition within the local community. I'll note that all of our programs are 100% grant funded, so we're able to bring in outside dollars to be able to do the work we do. And in very general terms, the key activities that we do are one-on-one professional advising. So we're meeting with small businesses and coaching them through whatever issues they may be facing as a small business. Everything from getting started and developing their first business plan to figuring out how they grow after being in business for 20 plus years. So it's really the entire spectrum. We also have a number of classroom programs and workshops and training. So where our college really focuses on education, we're out there educating the local business community. Next slide, please. So LBCC shows quite a deal of leadership around economic development. And as I noted, this is distinctive amongst community colleges. Currently, we manage just under $10 million in grants through these programs. So it's a significant series of programs. And our programs both impact our local community, so Long Beach, but also the greater Los Angeles region, in some cases all of Southern California, and with our trade programs, the entire state of California. So I think this should be a real sense of pride for the Board of Trustees and all of my fellow colleagues in that Long Beach City College has an impact well beyond its borders. We're influencing and supporting businesses across our entire state. So a little bit about each of the programs. One of them is the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Small Businesses Program. This is really an education program for small business. It's often referred to as an MBA on steroids. It's really designed for businesses that have the potential for growth. So a business has to be in existence for at least 2 years, have $150,000 in revenue, and at least 4 employees, and they can apply to the program. They go through a 10-week series of classes that are long workshops and pretty in-depth on all aspects of their business. And unlike a traditional MBA program where you're doing case studies on Google or Coca-Cola, this focuses on their business. So all of the learnings they do is attributed right back to their business. And at the end, they come out with a growth plan that's actionable for their business. So the idea here is that we're helping businesses who may have plateaued get to a growth stage and be able to adopt their ideas and move their businesses forward with the hopes of adding more jobs to our communities. The International Trade Center program, so with both ports and really in our backyard, trade has always been a big part of our economic development programs. This is a program that is funded through the State Chancellor's Office, and we happen to house the representative that runs international trade for the entire state at City College. We also have the regional person that covers the Los Angeles area as well. There are also other folks around the state who report up to our representative. This is all about helping small businesses prepare and execute trade strategies. So there's been a big focus on e-commerce, and I think now more than ever, businesses will be looking at that. And we see international trade as a real opportunity for small businesses to get into e-commerce and really expand their opportunities for sales, not just domestically, but really looking to sell worldwide. And it can be even a small company. So we're focused on partnering with the ports, helping people get to that point in their company where they can entertain international trade opportunities. The Los Angeles Area Small Business Development Center, this is part of a national program that's federally funded through the Small Business Administration. The program's over 35 years old. We've had it for a little over 10 years. And these programs cover each state in the country. Typically, an SBDC covers an entire state. California and Texas are big enough to be broken up into regions. And so Long Beach City College is the master for the grant for what I refer to as the state of LA. We're the equivalent of the other states in the country in terms of the SBDC, and that territory is Los Angeles County, Santa Barbara, and Ventura counties. We are the 6th largest funded of all of the states in terms of SBDC, since it's based on employment, or not employment, it's based on population. Annually, our program serves over 7,000 clients. We help 500 businesses get started, and last year we helped businesses secure over $170 million in funding. Next slide, please. So what I've described are the program's typical operations. Obviously, we have pivoted like everyone else to meet the needs of this current disaster. What you see on the slide there are captures of each of the sites for each of the programs. You'll note that all of them are offering business resources. They each have a ton of information and resources out to funding opportunities, ways to pivot your business, and other things as we help to coach these businesses through this disaster. I can tell you that there's been a huge focus on funding. We've been right there on the front lines, helping all of the small businesses navigate the SBA funding products, all the things you've heard about in the news, the Payment Protection Program, the environment, or the economic disaster loans. We've helped navigate that for clients every step of the way. To give you a little sense of what we've been dealing with, so there's some stats up there. So typically for the SBDC, and our 8 centers across the region, employing roughly 150 business advisors. We serve roughly 1,300 clients last March. We had 2,900 sessions with them. Of all those clients, about 400 were new clients to us. This March, covering the same time, it's virtually doubled in every case. And what's a little misleading is actually all of this happened within the last 2 weeks of March. And I don't have data on April yet, but that's already trending to be about 50% higher. So my staff have been working almost around the clock. We take calls on weekends, evenings, doing everything we can to help businesses be able to navigate these times. And I'm proud to say that we are among the only resources out there that actually have a live person on the phone to talk to people. Most of the agencies out there are overwhelmed and not able to keep up with that, but we get in touch with everybody who reaches out to us within 24 hours, and we get them to some sort of resources that provide assistance. I'll also note that the SBDC program is also part of the CARES Act. We are in the process of applying for an SBA grant that is only available to existing SBDCs. It's supplemental funding, and our total amount of that will be $6.1 million. Our centers are typically funded at, last year it was $4.3 million. So this is in addition to that. So we're seeing a huge jump in our funding in order to help more small businesses during this time. Next slide, please. So I've shared a lot of stats with you, but I think this capture from one of our clients' Instagram feed really tells the best story. So this is a local Pilates studio that worked with the Long Beach Center, headed by Brad Pollock on my team, and one of our key business advisors, Max Ordonez. And this is a person who, obviously their business was deeply impacted. They didn't see much hope, being a pretty small business, that they would be able to secure an SBA loan, and our team was able to secure it for her. So this is her giving a shout out to us and actually a whole timeline of what she went through in order to get this. So to me, this speaks volumes, and there are tons of stories like this coming in, how we've been able to help these businesses. Just anecdotally, over the past 2 weeks, my team has successfully secured over 75 loans worth $20 million to our clients. And I know that number is a lot higher because we're still catching up with all of our data entry. Next slide, please. So this is a little introduction to our leadership team at LBCC who runs each of these programs. This is our contact information. Please share this out with any small businesses you may know of who need help. I'll also mention that next Tuesday is when the unemployment insurance opens up for the federal benefits, and that will cover self-employed and independent operators. So that's an important date. We can help people navigate those resources as well. So with that, I'd like to open it up for any comments or questions.
Thank you very much, Pat. That was a very comprehensive presentation. And I love that even though it was very thorough, it didn't exceed a long amount of time. So you were able to make it succinct and useful. I appreciate that. And these are good resources for everybody, right? That's the only question that I have. They don't have to be a member of the program at Long Beach City College. This is for anybody in the community that wants the resources. They can come on campus or call, and they would have access to the same resources, or how does that work?
That is correct. And I should also mention these are no cost. We are funded by federal and state and private dollars, so it's no cost to the clients.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else? Yes, Trustee Baxter.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to give a shout out to the SBDC because I am the recipient of their wonderful program. After I retired from the college, I started my own business, and I met with a personal advisor, a webmaster, a person who went through business license and all that kind of thing. And so they do a wonderful job. And as Pat said, it is open to the public. You just have to call and make an appointment. And they're very good at helping people. And I have not applied for a loan. I don't need a loan.
but they've done a wonderful job with my business things.
Thank you very much. Good points. Anyone else? All right. Thank you, Pat. Appreciate that. Staff.
Sorry, Vivian, I couldn't get off mute in time.
There you go.
I just wanted to also thank you, Pat. I've seen you in action. I love the SBDC Center, and I've been a big fan. This is so wonderful. I love the testimony that you shared. I have so many people I can send over to you. So I know you guys are already overwhelmed, but this is a time where I can see us standing up and really rising to the occasion, and you have been doing that. And I really thank you and value you and your team's commitment. So expect a few more customers coming from my end. I have a ton of people who are not getting their money. They're just in dire situation. And it's really, really sad to see. So I'm glad you gave this presentation. It was very apropos and timely.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Zia. If there are no additional comments, I don't see anybody else there. I'm going back and forth both screens. We will move on to item 4.3, which is our final presentation of the evening. This is our 2020-2021 budget session, and I will defer that to Vice President Marlene Drinkwine. I know you have a hefty presentation there. I've gone through the attachments. It's quite a lot of information there.
Thank you so much, President Malauulu, and I'm really pleased to be able to present this information to you and the rest of the Board of Trustees. I do want to say before I start that the information is coming quite rapidly, frequently, and changes often. For example, I was on a call at 3 o'clock this afternoon just prior to this Board of Trustees meeting and got an additional update on the CARES Act. So I will point out that I do have changes to 3 slides, and when we come to those slides, I'll make sure to mention what those changes are. A typical presentation for a budget study session would go into depth on the projections for the next budget year. This agenda will be slightly different. I will talk in brief about our alignment with district goals and priorities. And I will talk in brief about where our projections were as of February. But I want to spend most of my time and attention talking about the impact of the COVID-19 crisis and what we can expect moving forward, because I believe that that's truly where most of our attention should be. Next slide, please. So beginning with our budget development process, as you know, our budget is always aligned with those board goals, strategic plan goals, and institutional priorities. And we will, at our next budget presentation, include the matrix that we typically include that will identify the alignment specifically between those new activities and those goals and priorities. Next slide, please. And I do want to remind the board that we do have a minimum 5.5% reserve per our board policies, with an additional institutional effectiveness goal of 9.5% for a total of 15% for recommended reserves. And that is critical because that level of reserves allows us to have funds available to meet any economic uncertainties. And when we get to the COVID-19 portion of this presentation, I think that will be the exact definition of an economic uncertainty. Next slide, please. So when we look at where we start, so this again are our projections as of February prior to entering into the current crisis, we already had a few challenges. You can see that for 2018-19, we more than reduced the deficit. We were able to actually have a $12 million swing in our deficit reduction. And if you recall, that plan primarily focused on reorganization following the retirement incentive. But we also had a focus on implementation of best practices, and we're able to reduce travel and supply purchases by 25% across the board. And truly, you can see that that improvement in the 2018-19 budget was a reflection of those efforts. Unfortunately, a great many of those solutions were one-time only in nature. And so the deficit did reappear in our 2019-20 adopted budget. But again, we've been able to make nearly $1 million of improvement in the reduction of that deficit. Next slide, please. And here you can see what those actions have been. As with last year, our biggest opportunity for reducing the deficit falls into one-time salary savings. This means that we are very closely considering when we hire for vacancies. We want to make sure that the need for that position still remains. And so far, we've had a little over $1 million to date in that one-time salary savings. We've also, with a close eye to being frugal, achieved another $600,000 in other cumulative savings from several different areas, including additional savings in travel, in supplies, in contracts, collectively getting to that $600,000 mark. We've also been able to increase our non-resident enrollment, and that gave us nearly $250,000. However, we've also had some increased expenses. The BPR expenditures really reflect that continuation of the effort to implement systems, to have more efficient business processes, to support the staff that we are retaining. And I really want to mention our need for more interpreters. This is driven by our students' needs. This is an ongoing increase of $440,000. It is unavoidable, but it does allow us to better serve our students' needs. And then lastly, the FON penalty. If you recall, the faculty obligation number is based on what we project our FTES to be, and we make hiring decisions based on that projection. We had, unfortunately, one failed search, and then our FTES growth exceeded our expectations, and so we are suffering a penalty for 2.4 on the FON. Next slide, please. So what does this look like for the current and the two subsequent years? We talked about 1920 and how we were able to reduce that deficit to 2.7 million. Unfortunately, for the 2 out years, and again, this was as of our February projections, we saw a far greater increase in our deficit than we had hoped for. And the reason is twofold. One is the COLA. The COLA had been projected in earlier projections for 2020-21 to be above 3%. Unfortunately, as of January, it had dropped to 2.69%. That counts for a big chunk of that increase in the deficit spending. The other cause is the increase in our FON. Once again, for 2021, we were really expecting a huge increase in our FTES. And as based on that increase, our FON grew 28. So the cost of 28 new faculty is $2.3 million. And so that did grow our deficit, and that deficit then migrates to the next fiscal year. Next slide, please. And a quick recap on the governor's budget for January. You see that it did include that 2.29% COLA, less than what we had expected. And you also see that he proposed a series of new or expanded programs. Not a lot of money. Well, $10 million, $15 million is a lot of money, but not compared to the rest of the state budget. But really trying to achieve some of these individual goals. Next slide, please. He also proposed the consolidation of some support appropriations to a single overall program. $7.6 million for deferred maintenance, which unfortunately would provide us with just over $200,000, not nearly enough to meet our needs. But we were thankful that one of our projects, the construction trades phase 2, this is over at building MM at PCC, which we are doing phase 1. We are just now starting on that project, but $1.6 million for that project. Next slide, please. And so some of the assumptions we used was continued growth. Our total FTES of 20,326. And this was really exciting because it would have put us over that 20,000 target. And again, that 2.29% COLA, which is $1 million less than what we had anticipated in September. Next slide, please. We also, as a standard, anticipate a 0.5% of a deficit factor in state funding. I shared with the board earlier that the Chancellor's office had made a determination that regardless of whether we're in a hold harmless status or not, if they need to reduce the amounts provided to all the districts because the amount available statewide is not sufficient to fully fund all districts, we would share in that reduction. So that means that if they determine that there is a cut because they don't have enough funds to fully fund everybody, we get our share of that cut. At P1, based on preliminary property tax estimates, they actually projected a 3.69% deficit, which would have reduced our funding by $4 million. Now, I will say that some of the responses for COVID-19 may change that, but it is important to note that we will share equally in any state funding deficit. And again, we had the 28 increase in fund based on the projected FTES for 2020-21. Next slide, please. Another standard assumption is that we will fill all vacant positions. You can see that that does cause our budget to swing, but it is an important conservative approach to take to budgeting, because until we eliminate a position, if we believe we will fill it, we do need to budget it. Importantly, benefit cost changes have increased by $1.7 million. STRS has increased by 1.3%, PERS by 2.98%. I do want to share with you that the PERS board just yesterday adopted their final PERS rate for the year, and it is now going to be 0.12% lower than originally. So that will shave off a little, but not a substantial amount from that $680,000 we've budgeted for the PERS increase. We do always project what our retiree benefits annual contribution is. Our health and welfare premiums, we expect to increase by at least 5%, which is $1 million district-wide. We do add the California Price Index to our non-salary expenses. This is to reflect inflation. And right now, the projected CPI is 2.99%. And of course, we always use total cost of ownership principles to make sure that we do not overlook the true operating cost of our decisions. Next slide, please. The percentage of salaries and benefits of our total expenses is in a very, very important data set to pay attention to. It is recommended that this amount be less than 85%, because what the remaining portion is used for is everything but salaries and benefits. And that's not just supplies or travel. That includes our utility bills. It includes cost of equipment, all those things that help support education. And for 2020-21, as a result of the increases that I mentioned earlier, we anticipate that salaries and benefits will be just above 90%. Next slide, please. And I do want to mention that the FTES goal is developed by Academic Affairs. And that's really critical because it also does impact class loads, how the schedule's arranged. And so it's really a collaborative effort to look at those goals and to reflect truly where we believe we will be. It is important that by the time we exit hold harmless, that we do reach that 20,000 FTES goal to ensure that we continue to receive funding for a large college. Next slide, please. And in this slide, you can see the history of our FTES and where we ended up at our P1 reporting period. Now, I do want to mention P1 traditionally is much lower than the final year end FTES number. However, this is not a normal year. It's not a typical year. And so in a normal year, I would say we likely will end up 400 FTES above 2019-20 P1. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll see the same growth. Students do have until late May to withdraw from their courses, and it won't be until that time that we'll know what that withdrawal rate is, but that will impact what our final FTES is. But I don't want to overlook the incredible success that we've had district-wide from our entire district community in driving the increase in student enrollment. Next slide, please. And I'm going to be very brief, but I do think it's important to remember some of the tenets of the student-centered funding formula and the most recent changes. Next slide, please. So there is a 4-year transition period. Last year it was extended by 1 year. So 2022-23 is when we are fully implementing student-centered formula. Now that means that that's when we would no longer have hold harmless protection. As you recall, the hold harmless provision allows us to be funded based on our 2017-18 level as increased by COLA if that is greater than what we would receive if we were funded just strictly for the formula. And so 2021-22 is the last year we will be funded as a hold harmless district. After that year, regardless of whether our funding is less than that level or greater than that level, we will be funded based on the formula. Next slide, please. And as you recall, there were a great many changes made effective this year that limited our ability to grow our funding under the formula. Some of these changes included limiting the awards earned by students that generates our revenue to just the highest award. Awards for transfers are limited to only those students that were enrolled in at least 12 units in the year prior to the transfer. Previously, they just had to have been a former student of ours. And a limitation to a 3-year average. A 3-year average in generating these numbers really means that our growth is blunted. So if we have a very steep growth in our student success numbers, by averaging it over those 3 years, the growth really slows. Next slide, please. And again, we are funded at the hold harmless rate. We have been doing a phenomenal job growing those metrics, meeting our goals for exiting hold harmless, and needing to retain our large college status. Next slide, please. And so with that, I'd really like to spend a lot of attention on the impact of COVID-19. And this slide, slide 23, is one of those slides that has some updated information. It's really critical to understand how the state budget process is impacted by the COVID-19 crisis, because that's going to be reflected in our own budget development process. The state has a recognition that because they've delayed the due date for personal income tax payments from April 15th to July 15th, they will not truly know what state revenues are until after that point. Typically, the May revise, which comes out in early May, is a reflection of the governor's revisions to his budget proposal based on what the actual state revenues are. Originally, the legislature had informed us that there was not going to be a May revise, that it was going to be delayed until August. But just recently, on April 20th, this week, at a legislative hearing, they announced that there will actually be what they're kind of calling a May revise light, that the Department of Finance will be using their projections for the 2020-21 year to create a baseline workload budget. We're not all really sure what that means. We don't know if that means they're just going to take SCFF funding and push it forward without a COLA, or if they're going to add categorical programs to that. But what we do know is that they are not considering additional bills that are not COVID-19 related. All of their attention will be on this baseline budget and any COVID-19 related legislation. Next slide, please. But what this means is our process has truly been impacted. The top line shows the state budget process. And so we'll have a May revised light, an enactment of this baseline workload budget, an August revision, and then a revised state budget sometime after that August revision. Of course, we have our tentative budget approved in June, our final budget approved in September. So that means our final budget will not reflect the state's revised budget. We will essentially be doing our very best to keep up with the latest data, but it will be impossible to be a direct reflection of the state budget. So you can expect that within 45 days of the state's revised budget, we will be coming back to you with substantial revisions to our budget to reflect those items. We will be several months into the fiscal year without knowing exactly what our revenues will be. Next slide, please. So for the current year, I would like to reassure you that the Chancellor's Office has done a phenomenal job of making changes where they have the authority to preserve our 2019-20 student-centered funding formula revenue. What this means is that they will allow us to still collect apportionment for students who have withdrawn, as long as they've withdrawn after March 13th, the date of the state emergency order. So that means that we will not suffer fiscally for those students who choose to withdraw because of COVID-19 issues. And that's incredible. It does preserve this year's funding. They will also not count against us the refunding of student enrollment fees. But typically, the state would give us a negative funding impact if we have a refund in enrollment fees, and they will not. And they've also allowed us to use alternate attendance accounting rules for several different programs that normally would require positive attendance. They've given us the opportunity to have some alternatives, again, to preserve funding. Unfortunately, this does not preserve all funding. There are no state protections against lost local fees. You may have heard that we are refunding 60% of spring parking permits to everyone. And that's because obviously nobody has the ability to make use of those parking permits. And 60% of the semester was left once we closed operations at campus. And so that seemed like it was the most reasonable thing to do to make parking permit refunds. Students who are withdrawing from classes for which they paid material fees are seeing refunds. And we are also refunding health and ASB fees for some students who do complete withdrawals. And again, there is no state protection against those lost revenues. Next slide, please. I want to share with you a little bit about the UCLA Anderson economic forecast. This slide is changed from the one that was posted, and that's because the data was not correctly reflected on the previous slide. And I do want to point you out that I have provided you with the website that you may access this updated forecast. I believe that UCLA has one of the best economic forecasts, and I will share with you that their information is depressing. It's unfortunate the impact on our economy that our stay-at-home orders has had, but it is unavoidable. You can see that even with an assumption that the pandemic will abate and we will have a return to normality in several months, that there's still a huge impact. that we will see a combined decline of about 8.4% over the first 3 quarters of 2020. You can see that national unemployment will reach at least 5% by December, with 2 million jobs lost, and that California unemployment with 280,000 jobs lost will reach 6.6%. Next slide, please. And so how this affects our state revenues has yet to be seen. I want to talk a little bit about the COLA. Our cost of living adjustment is this mathematical formula that's based on a basket of goods that government uses. So it's different from the Consumer Price Index, which talks about what consumers use. This is based on government purchased items. And one of the biggest things that government purchases is fuel. And I think we've all been tracking how it's incredible that crude oil prices are actually negative, that sellers are actually paying people to take their contracts off their hands. And that will drive down our COLA. That it was already decreased from 3% that was projected in September to January. Reports are that it will probably drop below 2% and may even be less than that. And yes, the state has a rainy day fund. They've established a rainy day fund totaling more than $7 billion. Governor Newsom has already spent $2 billion of it in COVID-19 responses. And it is unlikely that the remaining portion will be enough to provide us with funding for an entire year. So we expect the state to consider reductions to several programs. We expect that the state may suspend whatever COLA is provided. And that truly, we expect that they will not be able to continue those protections against decreases in enrollment. We are hopeful that they will consider a suspension of the FON. And this issue has gone to the Consultation Council. And that is based on the fact that most districts who were hiring faculty have had to suspend those hiring processes because of COVID-19. And so we ask, since it is difficult to hire in this environment, that they suspend the fund, and we are hopeful that that will be successful. Next slide, please. I wanted to give you a brief overview of the history of COLAs. There have been times in previous recessions where you can see that the statutory COLA was not funded by the state. And this is just an illustration that when the state has to make a hard decision on what funding they provide, that they have chosen in previous recessions to not fund the COLA. That's indicated in those red highlighted areas. The green highlighted areas indicate the state's desire to repay lost COLAs. So once we come out of a recession, you can see a repayment. Next slide, please. So the CARES Act. I want to first share with you that I was on a conference call at 3 o'clock where I got a lot more information about the CARES Act. So even though we can read what the bill language is, how the Department of Education interprets that is really critical. And the Department of Education has just today posted additional guidance on the use of these funds. We will receive $14.6 million, which is phenomenal. Half of that, $7.33 million, is being used to provide direct emergency aid for students. This is cash money. So this $7 million is going to students in the form of actual money. And when I say cash money, it's going in checks, in debit cards, depending on the exact provision. And it is going to those students for specific use to meet COVID-19 related needs. So whether they have a need because they've lost a job because of COVID-19, or they need to purchase additional technology, or they need to have better internet access. Whatever that need is, it needs to be related to COVID-19. Unfortunately, the information I received today from the Department of Education is stating that students must be eligible for Title IV in order to receive these funds. Why that's unfortunate is because it excludes non-credit students. It excludes our DACA Dreamer students. It excludes our international students. So there's a great many students that this does exclude. We also learned that if a student was 100% online, pardon me, if a student was 100% online prior to March 13th, they may not access this aid either, despite a change in their personal circumstances. So they've really limited the uses. The remaining half is for district uses to defray our expenses. And I will share, despite the fact that the bill said we could use it to shore up lost revenue, the Department of Education advice has further defined that that lost revenue would be lost fees from students. It will not backfill our losses in other revenues such as facilities use agreements, which is unfortunate. But we may use these funds to purchase laptops. We may use these funds to do anything that's a direct connection to providing instruction during this crisis. And that will be our responsibility to identify what that direct connection is. We will have 1 year to utilize these funds, and that's incredibly helpful because we expect the impact of COVID-19 to flow into the fall. There's a lot of reporting. We got to report on this every 45 days. We have to do our initial reporting within 30 days, and we have yet to know what that reporting structure is. But I will tell you, Dr. Munoz and his team did a phenomenal job with the support of my fiscal services, and I can't thank my team enough. They've been working long hours to figure out, along with IT, how to do the programming to get these awards out there. And we've been able to front cash in anticipation of receiving the CARES Act funding at any day. And so we've done that without delay to assist our students. I'm very proud of the teamwork and the collaboration that went behind that effort. Next slide, please. We also have an eye on FEMA. We have already submitted our application. FEMA does have several different allowable reimbursements that we would love to get our hands on. The additional money we're spending to disinfect all of our facilities, the overtime we're paying, the costs of supporting the city's operations, all of that should be reimbursable by FEMA. Unfortunately, in that same meeting I was in earlier today, I learned that FEMA could consider our CARES Act revenue to offset the amounts they will reimburse. I also know from my colleagues who work at those districts that were hit hard by fires over the past several years, that FEMA reimbursement can take up to 3 years to receive. We are not budgeting FEMA reimbursement funds at this time for those reasons. Next slide, please. And of course, the rest of the federal revenues, whether they're for special education, whether they're for categorical programs, we are really uncertain what that will look like, if they will mirror the state's approach and focus on COVID-19 responses and reduce other funding sources. Next slide, please. So what are we looking at so far in increased expenditures? Just in the several weeks since we started experiencing the COVID-19 responses, we have spent nearly $1 million. We are providing a 5% differential for our classified staff who have to be on campus in recognition of their efforts. We have purchased several hundred Chromebooks, laptops, and are obtaining Wi-Fi hotspots. I expect these purchases to increase, that as we move to a longer lasting remote instruction and remote working environment, we do have to provide more equipment to solidify that environment. We believe we will have at least $100,000 in overtime, if not more, for both our IT and custodial staff. And we have purchased $250,000 of additional cleaning and sanitizing supplies. On that note, we are trying desperately to obtain additional masks and PPE equipment. We have done an inventory, and we believe we have enough to last us through June 30th to properly equip our custodial staff with N95 masks and gloves. We have orders in, but we will never be sure we actually receive it because FEMA is, in some cases, taking those orders. Next slide, please. And our revenue decreases. That refunding of parking fees is causing us a loss of $180,000. Other fees could cost as much as $330,000. Remember, students have until late May to withdraw from their classes, and we won't know the extent of those withdrawals until that point. Los Coyotes, we do have tenants, commercial tenants, and they have informed us that they will be unable to pay their rent under the rent protections. And so we anticipate a loss of $100,000 in those revenues. And just in the few months left until June 30th, we know we will lose nearly $500,000 in facilities usage fees. These are from the usage for our antique swap meet, the Toppings Auto swap meet, the usage of our stadium and gym for promotion and graduation ceremonies, as well as a lot of other events. We expect the loss of those revenues to continue. That as we would return to normalcy, we believe the last thing that would return is large gatherings. And so I would anticipate the loss of the entire year's worth of facilities usage fees. That loss is important because we use those fees, those funds to support the salaries of employees. We have an entire crew that serves that. And while we are going to redirect their efforts in large part to the deep cleaning and sanitization of our campuses, and we are still supporting city operations, so that crew is also still working, we will not have the revenues that would typically support those costs. So in total, just for 1920 alone, we're anticipating more than $1 million in lost revenues. Next slide, please. And so combined, the losses in revenues with the increased costs, we're looking at nearly $2 million impact in the 1920 year alone. And to the extent possible, we will be using CARES Act funding to backfill that. However, with the new guidance from the Department of Education, I now understand that we will not be able to fully cover that. And so whatever uncovered portion remains will be funded from our reserves. Next slide, please. And so where do we go from here? This is the big question. We will be creating a series of scenarios so that we know as we get information, we can narrow down where our budget is. We will be considering COLAs from what currently is anticipated to zero. We will be considering the full funding of ongoing categorical programs along with reductions to those revenues. We will be considering various enrollment projections until we fully more understand what the withdrawal rate was for this current year and then what we know our fall enrollment to be. And we will have actions ready to implement for each of those scenarios so that whatever happens, we will be able to respond in a way that helps preserve our fiscal solvency. It definitely will be a challenge, but I think as we showed in 2018, with the reversal of our deficit spending, that we are up to the challenge. This will be done in a collaborative manner that considers the input from all of our stakeholders. And we will do our best to bring you the very best information, the most up-to-date information as we have it. We are also advocating for increased emergency aid and advocating for legislative actions that help support our fiscal health that allows us to continue to serve our students. And with that, I am happy to answer whatever questions you may have.
Thank you, Vice President Drinkwine. That was an outstanding presentation, very thorough. I was prepared to ask you questions about the May revise, and you answered them before I had an opportunity to ask. I also wanted to ask you questions about the CARES Act, and you covered that. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to ask questions? Yes, Jerry.
Thank you. All this switching around. Thank you, Marlene. Wow, first of all, quite a presentation. I'm back, I'm looking at slide 13, and it's talking about the 28 increase in FON. And as the Senate President, I sit as the co-chair of the hiring committee for the College for Faculty. And I know that we will not be hiring 28 new faculty. Initially it was 28, then we went to 23, then we went to 9, and now we've kind of flattened that out. So what does that do then with regard to the budget? Because my understanding right now is that we are not hiring, we're not going to go forward with the hiring of the new faculty that we had initially thought we would do.
Thank you. Great question. The FON is a little bit complicated because we calculated that 28 increase based on where we thought our enrollment would be for next year. Because there is that projection aspect. You have to do the best you can to project where you will be, and then calculate your increase. When you choose not to fully hire, and if your projections do come to happen exactly as you projected them, when you choose not to hire, you do save that ongoing expense for full-time faculty, but that is mitigated by the need to bring adjunct on to still serve those students. And the FON penalty is roughly the difference between full-time faculty cost and that adjunct. The reason it's important to be cautious as we look at hiring the full amount of the FON is because that is an ongoing expense. Once you hire somebody, you can't turn around immediately and not hire them. And as we're anticipating growth, it is a projection, and we're never quite sure till we get to the year if we have achieved that. So the cost is roughly $2.3 million for 28 positions, regardless of whether we hired them all or if we backfilled with adjunct, if we do reach that enrollment goal. However, in this environment, we don't yet know what the impact on our enrollment for next year will be. And so if we hired the full 28 and we don't hit that projection, then we're kind of stuck. But all of that, that was part of that discussion I think we had going over the next few months. What level should we full-time hire? I know that there was a lot of input about what are those courses that truly we needed to get that full-time faculty in there to support the course. And all that became moot when we had to suspend most of the hiring process. And so now it would be unfair. And fairness is not something I talk about often because sometimes things just happen, but it would be unfair to suffer a penalty simply due to our inability to continue to go through the hiring practice because we are essentially all working remotely.
Thank you. That really helped. I appreciate that very much. I know we have continued those conversations, and I know that there's still an opportunity, perhaps, that the hiring committee or the hiring priorities committee would again reconvene down the road, not now, but reconvene with regard to looking at, if we were able to hire full-time faculty, who would we hire? How much more strategic would we have to be? So thank you. That I just saw the 28 and I went, here, I thought I found you all kind of money, Marlene. Doggone it. But I thank you for that. That was very helpful because that was the question of the Senate.
And it is important because it does allow us some flexibility when we don't do all the full-time hire. It allows us flexibility in case we don't reach those projections, as well as preserving our ability to make reductions should we suffer from a reduced revenue.
Okay. And then I know you don't have anything to do with it, but I know that certainly Mike Munoz and I are going to commiserate over the new parameters of the CARES Act and what you can and can't spend money on, and who, more importantly, the students you can and cannot spend money on. And that's just a huge loss to several of those populations. So I can already, because we had such a great student success meeting this week earlier, I co-chaired that with Mike. And we were just so excited and so hopeful And so I'm in a little bit of a funk, Dr. Munoz, but I know we'll work together and we'll be focusing on how we can serve the students who now have been eliminated from this opportunity. But thank you. I'm appreciative of the latest information. So I thank you, Marlene.
Thank you. And it was very discouraging, but I will say I appreciate Dr. Munoz's approach because he has a very solid understanding of our fiscal and budgetary position. And if I can, I'd like him to address that a little bit.
So thank you, Jerry, for bringing that up. It is very frustrating that so many of our students are being left out, such as our Dreamers or our students who might not have made SAP requirements. And oftentimes those are our most vulnerable students. And so we still will be moving forward and providing students access to emergency aid grants, but we'll be leveraging both our C program. As you know, there was statutory changes to the C program, which allows the C program funds to be used in a form of emergency aid, as well as the support that we're receiving from the foundation. And so I don't anticipate that those vulnerable student groups will be impacted in this decision by the DOE because we have such strong institutional support here at LBCC to respond. So at the end of the day, a student's going to get a check and they're not going to really know from which account it's being drawn from. All they're going to know is they're receiving aid from Long Beach City College.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you, Dr. Munoz and Vice President Drinkwine. Is there anyone else who would like to weigh in on this presentation before we move on the agenda?
President Malauulu, the trustee Ntuk here.
Trustee Ntuk.
Great, thanks. Hey, Marlene, thank you so much for the presentation. I know this has been something we've been waiting to see, kind of early indications of our finances and the impact. I guess thinking through of getting reimbursed from the state or federal level, I think we're doing the right thing, not accounting for FEMA money. I know folks in Louisiana that, some people were 6 or 7 years after Hurricane Katrina until they got FEMA reimbursements from the federal government. And it can take a very long time. But I hope we continue to track and try to submit for as much reimbursement as possible to one day hopefully get some funds back due to the coronavirus pandemic. Some of the numbers from UCLA seem to be off quite a bit as far as the economic report. I know when we met a month ago for the first time virtually, at that point there were 1 million Californians had filed for unemployment. I know that LA Times is reporting today nearly 3 million Californians have filed for unemployment, and nationally up to 22 million people have filed for unemployment, where the UCLA study was substantially lower in your slides. And I think it's important for us to continue to have a sober, eyes wide open of this is going to be a very big recession and potentially a depression. They've talked about the 22 million jobs that have been lost nationally, wipes out all the job gains from the 2008 recession that we've made. Just thinking of this has only been 1 month or 5 or 6 weeks into the COVID pandemic. I know I do work at the state level as well, and we've the governor said the January budget is off the table as far as using that for any projections for budgeting at the state level. And so, the May revise is there will be no May revise. It's going to be an August revise because the tax deadline got moved from April to July. So we don't even know income tax revenue for another couple months. So it makes it really difficult. And I think you capture that as the huge uncertainty that we don't know what the numbers are going to look like next year. But also, we're only weeks into the recession here. It's likely to get worse. But I was going to ask at least at the community college budgetary level, direction we've gotten from the chancellor's office. Have we gotten any more clarity on the working budget, the zero COLA or some COLA What direction have we got from the chancellor's office in the last couple of weeks, or the most recently, about the budget?
Most recently, I have heard from both the chancellor's office, who does a weekly webinar, which has been incredibly helpful, as well as our state association of chief business officials. And I also participated in a league webinar that really they don't know. That just as recently as April 20th, the state has backed away from this no may revise to a may revise that really is just reflective of the Department of Finance's projections. And that there continues to be debate about what does this mean, this workload baseline budget. We really don't know at this point, and it seems like the data changes daily. And just a note about the economic forecast. I believe the assumption was that the COVID pandemic would lift quickly, and that the longer it lasts, the more permanent the job losses are. So right now, some of those job losses are in the people applying for unemployment have been furloughed, or they have had their hours reduced. And that the assumption is when we have a return to normalcy, whatever that means, is that some of those people would still then be able to regain their jobs. But I agree with you. I think it will be far more deep. I think 5% unemployment rate is optimistic. I have seen other projections that go as high as 17% for the state of California, with 2 million job losses in California alone, not nationally. Nationally would have that times 7. So I think that it's incredibly difficult to project data at this point, and having the ability to pivot depending on what data does materialize is going to be critical for us.
And I agree. If you hear me, I think you're accurate, and it's going to be worse than what we're seeing right now. I know the Federal Reserve in the Midwest, out of St. Louis, is projecting a 20% national unemployment in the 18 months at minimum recession period. And depending on when things reopen or stay-at-home orders are lifted, without a vaccine or some new therapeutic treatment for COVID, you could have hot spots or second or third waves of outbreaks occur. That even if we do some set of reopening, we might have to close some certain counties or do some travel bans to certain areas if new spikes occur. And so it's the indication that is there. I guess thinking about the fall semester, and we're students, we want to have them re-enroll. Are we making plans to continue to be online courses in the fall and summer, or are we waiting for a certain time point to make that decision?
Superintendent President Bynum mentioned earlier in her opening remarks that we are having those discussions, and I think I'd like to allow her to expand on that.
Thank you, Marlene. And Trustee Intuck, we have been doing planning sessions with the VPs to try to develop scenarios based on some of the things you've just been talking about. Is if there's another wave in the fall, if we're able to go back and the curve flattens nicely and people say the stay at home is lifted, then certainly we want to come back in person. But if there's another spike in the virus, and they talk about another spike coming with the flu season in the winter, then we have to be prepared to be online and remote. So one of the things that we've been talking about is, what does each one of those scenarios look like? What do we have to plan for? What impact does it have on what we're doing right now and what we'll have to adjust to? Right now, we're thinking that we might have some limited return, in-person return to campus, particularly for the CTE courses, because those courses need to have labs where there's practical application and practical learning in those labs. And there's reasons why you just simply can't do everything online. So that's the plan right now, and that could change next week. I know, I mentioned earlier about the city's response recovery group. It'll be interesting to see what comes out of that group in terms of recommendations to the city. And I know that the city aligns very carefully with LA County and the city of LA too. So paying attention to all of those pieces, what they're saying is really important for us. But I don't have any good answers for that yet. We just have to be ready for whatever happens.
Thanks for that.
Thank you.
I got one last item, President Malou. One item, Marlene, on the, my day job, I moonlight as the state oil and gas supervisor, and the oil price did not go negative immediately. That was the futures market if you're going to be selling oil in the month of May. The current price is still about $8 to $11 a barrel in California, which is down from $60 a barrel in January of this year. So it's been almost 90% drop in oil prices. And there's about 24 tankers off the coast of Long Beach right now, full of crude because there's no demand for gasoline, jet fuel, and there's been a substantial decrease in diesel. But it's just, if you're going to sell oil in May, it's a negative. It was negative on Monday, but it's the price is there's still a positive price for oil.
Thank you. Yes, you're absolutely correct. It is the holders of those May contracts that are offering to pay people to buy those contracts off of their hands.
Thank you very much. Any other questions there? Otto, I see your hand.
Great, thanks. So, who writes your material? Charles Dickens? I don't know what this is. There's so much uncertainty in it, and that you don't know. I mean, I was so proud last week when we agreed to allow these centers to be open up on our campuses to treat people, and then today I'm hearing that we may not get reimbursed for all the money that we spend on it, which could put us deeper in a hole. And by the way, that's a FEMA grab, and I'm hearing that 10 years out that they're still starting that. And I haven't paid some people down in the Gulf Coast, so it's hard to know what to think. A little bit more information about the online stuff. Is there any way we can do stuff with online stuff to mitigate some of this? You can have larger classes. I mean, I just don't know. I know a little bit about how that works, but I don't see any quick way to try and exploit that. We're very close to having 20,000 students based on our projections for the fall, but then I heard about the 3-year averaging, and that's like drawn to an inside straight, I think, because you don't know. You got to be very strategic in the way that you spend your money, because you have so little of it. I know we're constructing scenarios and saying, well, we're not sure what's going to happen. Do we have? How is the thought leaders in the state, in particular, or at the state level in particular? What's the best thinking? Think about this. When Uduak said, and we don't know what's going to happen. It's nerve-wracking when you try and you're trying to deliver a service to students who really need it, and you're kind of at the whim of forces and that you can't control. Do you have any thoughts?
I think I'd like to ask either Interim Superintendent President Bynum or Dr. Scott to address what we're doing with our classes and moving them online and the lessons we're learning there.
Okay.
Let me just, before Dr. Scott responds, let me just mention that those of you that do watch Governor Newsom every day, he had a report today that there is going to be, there's 4 criteria that they look at for opening up. You know, they want to make sure that there's enough facilities and medical centers to be able to accommodate spike if they should have it. They want to make sure that people who are older and vulnerable with other health conditions are taken care of. I can't remember what the other two are, but they're similar to what we've been talking about. It's like one of the things, sometimes you'll see education as the fourth or the fifth, because education brings together large groups of people. So if we can make a determination that we're able to bring students back in the fall, at least some of our students that have the need to come back in the fall, we can social distance them if we don't have everybody back in the fall at the same time. But what happens is that's going to drive where we go. The state is always talking also about statewide testing. And if you listen to what some of the experts say, they will say that testing is the only way to know really what the future is going to look like, because they're presuming there's been a lot more people that are positive with COVID, but they haven't been tested. And once you start testing people all together, do you find that a lot of people were positive with COVID and they've gotten over it? Or can you find the hot spots and control the hot spots? So, you know, from a 30,000 foot level, those are the things to consider. I'll ask Dr. Scott to talk more about the actual classes and what it may look like.
Thank you, President Bynum. We're looking at both synchronous and asynchronous instruction. So synchronous is in real time. And we could, if we're allowed to come back, have those, you know, still keep those classrooms and allow students to be in those classes. I mean, that's possible, but synchronous is online, but it's in real time. So we can leave those schedule patterns in there and see what we're able to do. You had some good ideas in your comments, Trustee Otto, but we could do larger classes. We could do larger online classes. We have a mechanism to compensate faculty to take extra students. So we could do that. We could do a mix of some hybrids where perhaps some of the instruction is asynchronous, which means students work at their own pace. And then have some meetings that are synchronous where students come in. I mean, we could have a hybrid potentially, where when they do come in, they do the social distancing. But you know, if we were to offer a huge number of classes with social distancing and have to lower our caps, you know, our class caps from maybe 40 to 15, I mean, that would be devastating to us. So, you know, that makes it very difficult. We can, you know, if we don't have so many classes on campus, we could move into larger rooms and occupy those rooms where you take 40 and you spread them out in a big room. And, you know, that's possible. But I do believe that President Bynum is right when she says we probably need to be mostly online for fall, with the exception of some of the trades, obviously the healthcare programs, some of the arts where they're having a very difficult time, and perhaps some of the science labs, although they're doing a good job of transitioning to remote instruction. But we're just looking at the synchronous and the asynchronous and what are the creative ways that we can use those different modalities. And the synchronous is also the confer Zoom like we're doing now. It's not as good as faculty being able to see their students in a class and being able to interact with them in a classroom. But sometimes it's better than the asynchronous, where everything is sort of disengaged in the sense that you don't actually see somebody and you can't ask them questions in real time.
So, well, there's one ray of hope, and that is that I've heard of a number of parents whose kids were going to go off to college next fall, who said, why do I want to pay those rates if it's going to be online? Why don't you take a year and go to community college and it's great instruction, you do good things, and I really don't want to pay $10 or $20 or more $1,000 for online classes, and because I think that's going to be a lot of. I mean, it's so fluid.
Well, and the instructors in our system, compared to some other systems, frankly, are better trained. We've had strong online programs for many, many years, and we were able to pivot. That's my new favorite word. I keep hearing it tonight. We were able to pivot much more quickly than some other systems were. So Yeah, I agree with you though. We may not have any enrollment problem at all. We may have more students than we can fund. So, yeah.
I prefer pivot to crater.
I think, I hope, but I think I'm pretty optimistic that the latter will actually be the case, because we've seen in the past that when the economy is bad, people tend to flock to community colleges for retraining, for career reassessment, for additional resources. So I hope, I anticipate that that will be the case, especially with so many people on unemployment who do not have the option of returning to work right away. And there's funding for education. There's funding for community colleges that they could take advantage of. So I think it'll be helpful to a lot of adults. Is there anything else on this agenda item before we move on? Anybody else? All right, I'm going to take us, there is nothing on section 5 of the agenda, and I lost my agenda again. That's the second time that I lose my agenda. So,
6 is.
Madam Secretary, I believe section 5, there was nothing there for board. Yeah, I lost the agenda again, Jackie. So for the trustees, there was nothing there on section 5.
And 6 is the consent agenda, and I would make a motion. You gotta ask them if they want to remove anything.
Got it. Okay, so I'm trying to get my agenda back up, but there's nothing on 5, so we're moving on to section 6 on the agenda. And this is the consent. Is there any?
This is the item where if you just remove an item.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Jackie. Can you speak up?
Sure. 6.1 is if you want to remove something from the consent for discussion and action separately. Is there any request?
Hey, trustee.
Hi. Trustee Intuck?
Yeah, can I pull 6.5 and 6.8?
Okay, President Malauulu, Trustee Intuck.
Okay, we're pulling items 6.5 and 6.8.
Okay, and remember, we will need to vote on those separately. You can go ahead and take the vote on the consent first.
All right, is there anything else on the consent that anybody wants to remove?
Give me a moment to remove those items, change their designation. One moment.
Chair, while she's changing those, I would like to pull 6.10. Or no, I'm sorry, 6.13 for the donation.
Okay, so 6.5, 6.8, 6.13 on the agenda. Anybody else? Okay, so I need a motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion by Trustee Otto, second by the student trustee. Any discussion?
Could I have a second by a trustee, and then I'll note the student trustee.
Second by trustee Intuck.
Okay, thank you.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
So you guys said aye when I said any opposed. Let's try it one more time. All those in favor to approve the consent agenda minus those 3 items?
Do we have to do a roll call vote by any chance because of the Zoom?
Yes, we should.
Madam Secretary, would you like a roll call vote on this, removing
Yes,
those?
you're teleconferencing when you need to. Okay, Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Intuck.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
Sunny.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
And I should have called student trustee Jenna before, so.
It's okay. Aye as well.
You did add the motion, so I'll record that as such. Thank you.
I don't recall voting, but I'm an aye, but
Sorry, Vivian Malauulu, you're right after Baxter.
aye. Okay. All right. So item 6.5. So the motion carries and we're pulling item 6.5, which is purchase order ratification. Go ahead, Trustee Untuck.
Hey, this is about purchase orders and going through the list. I noticed what appears to be a large discrepancy. I know Superintendent Bynum had sent a note to us yesterday on legal expenses, and I know we've gone through budgeting and so forth quite a bit about different attorneys in the last probably year. The Erickson Law Firm has a PO for $800,000, which is more than our entire legal expenses each of the last 3 years. I don't recall that coming to the board for such a high amount, even though they've only spent about $324,000 on page 51 of the purchase order ratifications. And I know we're in a budget crunch here. And the last time we got numbers on this, Erickson Law Firm was only at $250,000. So where did that, $500,000, $500,000, getting up to $800,000 in purchase order approvals come from?
I will have to take a look at that, Vice President Uduak, Intuk, and I will get back with you with that information. I do know that this is for a 5-year contract, but I do need to be able to research and determine when the board actions associated with that occurred. You are correct, since the contract is above $200,000, that it would take explicit board action, not a ratification, to approve.
Okay, Trustee Untuck, is that okay for Vice President Drinkwine to come back with that information, and then we can defer voting, approving on that item?
Well, also, I saw that there was another legal item for Leal and Trejijo, a $200,000 purchase order that I don't recall that contract coming before the board. I don't know if you get a status on that one. That was also in the email update from Superintendent Bynum.
Absolutely.
Yes, it's my understanding also that there has been no expenditure on that contract, and that was a recent contract, I think in February, but we'll check it out and make sure we've got all our numbers and our ducks in a row to get you that information.
It looked like it expired in February, but was only 1 month. Is that accurate?
I will need to go back and determine if that end date is appropriate, because I do see that it is only reflected for 1 month on the PO listing. Since it is a contract, I will be able to quite easily pull up the contract and track the board approval dates. And so I should be able to have that information available to you within the week.
President Malulu, may I ask a question? Why would we approve a 5-year contract for that kind of money?
I'm
talking about the Erickson for $800,000.
Well, we don't approve a 5-year contract. His original contract was in 2016. And then there's augmentations or amendments to the contract at periodic times. So the information I sent you details out when there were augmentations to his contract. And that would have been through board ratification.
And is that and Luann, I think I sent this to, is that in a separate vote, or is that part of the
part of the consent agenda?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, I would like to talk about something in the future, not at this moment, about that concept.
Okay. That would be a good future request. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on 6.5? Okay, let's move on.
I got a question. So on moving forward and voting on it, can we vote excluding those 2 items or 1 item, or do we have to adopt the entire purchase order document?
Trustee Intuck, we can exclude that if you get the motion and the second, and then I will add that to the recommendation to exclude that item. Let me look at do you know, I would need some information, but I don't need it at this moment, but I will need the item, the PO number, the contract, some identification to exclude it, to report that in the minutes.
If I may, I would like to point out that the report attached to that item is cumulative. The beginning of the year. And so it is quite likely that you have previously approved this item reflecting those same items, that this report grows as the year moves along with additional POs. So if this item, for instance, quite likely appeared in the March report that you have approved.
I can pull that up, actually. What is the name of give me an idea where I'm looking at on the purchase order ratification for March?
I think are you talking about Randy Erickson's?
I'm looking at March, so if I could find the item, is it Randy Erickson? Is it?
It's page 51.
Okay.
The third item from the top.
Well, I'm going to be looking at last month, so it might be a different page number, but let me get close to it. So it's by the last name, Erickson, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Give me a moment. Okay, I found it on the March 25th board item. It's page 48, and the contract amount is 100,000, and the amended change order totaled 700,000 for a contract total of 800,000, with a total expenditure of $330,979.31, with remaining balance not used $469,020.69. Is that what your item this month looks like?
Very close.
Yeah. So it was the same last month. As Marlene said, it's a cumulative. And then as it's expensed, then it'll show up in your remaining balance.
What's that? The former document you're looking at, Jackie? What was the rationale for such a large increase? I mean, it's only listed as general operations.
Well, I think we were looking at to see if it was the same amounts in last month as it is this month. Is that what we're comparing right now? That what Marlene was saying, that it was there last month. And now the question is coming up. Is that what I'm getting?
So I believe what Jackie is pointing out is that the previous month's PO listing included the same data that this month's listing includes. It would be a separate effort to pull the contract and the progression of the amendments, but I will be able to do that for you.
And Trustee Ntuk, the term that's listed on last month does say March 1st, 2016 to June 30th, 2021. So the total of 800,000 is over the 5-year period.
And there was, if I may, there was no activity for that contract in this month. That it is a reflection of the activity to date, but there was no additional activity in this month.
If I can add something also, I know that Randy Erickson does a lot of work regarding personnel issues for HR, and we also use Liebert and Cassidy. And I think those are the two primary people that we use for most of the part for doing HR work. And I think that Randy Erickson was brought in the last couple of 3 months to work on a personnel item.
Also, I know we did a RFP and had a new list that did not include Erickson Law Firm last year.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't here, but he was already on board at that time. Gene, can you respond to his contract for HR?
So I'm not sure I can add more than what Marlene has said, other than regard to specific HR issues that have to do with community colleges and those attorneys and law firms that have a deep understanding of ed code, community colleges, and everything that we do. The two firms that we generally rely on the most are Erickson Law Firm. He is in-house counsel for other districts and works with a lot of the regional colleges around us. In addition, LCW, who is also known statewide as one of the experts in the area. So they tend to be those experts that we rely on the most.
So just to clarify, I don't have the document that Jackie had, but the rationale for increase was some type of HR action.
So I don't have the exact information here. I can share with you that we don't necessarily anticipate anything more unusual than what our normal regular billings have been on a monthly basis and on a yearly basis, both with Erickson and with LCW. I think this was just in anticipation, just to ensure that there was enough in the contract that should we need to open up a PO, because there's two processes that happen here. One of them is just a general contract that allows Marlene's team to open up a PO. And we only open up POs generally to the amount that we anticipate per year that they will have. So even if we had a contract for 200,000, we may only open up a PO for 20,000 if we only anticipate that level of billings to come through on an annual fiscal basis.
If I may, I think we need to just get the information you're asking for and make sure that we're very clear on it ourselves, and that we can track it all chronologically for the scope of work as well as the work that was invoiced for.
Yes.
That's okay. Okay. Is that okay, Trustee Ntuk?
Yeah, I'm good with moving forward if we can take those two items off and Jackie has the correct information.
Okay, Trustee Ntuk, the one for Erickson is on page 51. What was the other one? The other contract?
Then the one that was new was Leal and Trejo.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And I don't know if you know what page it's on, but I'll find out.
It's under L.
And okay. I did do some research on that. There was a contract on 1/28/20 for $200K, but I could not, unless I haven't checked every place. I've checked with Marlene and with Jean, but I couldn't find any expenditures in any logs for that contract.
So I might be able to share some background on that. At a certain point, we maybe had anticipated using that particular firm, but that need never materialized. So while we may have opened up a PO anticipating that need, the need never materialized, so nothing was billed against the PO.
And I think, wasn't that one of the persons that you all interviewed? Yes.
Firm was.
Mm-hmm. Right. Francisco Leal was one of them.
Yes.
Wouldn't a $200,000 contract come before the board?
Go ahead.
Yeah, 200,000 is the limit for ratification.
So, got it.
So it was on the January board meeting agenda?
Ratification would have happened at some point following it, and I'll be able to provide you with that date that it appeared on that contract on the board agenda.
I saw what I thought was a ratification in January 28th.
Yes, it began January 28 and to 2/26/20, the term date on there.
Mm-hmm.
On the board listing this month. And I did find the page number. It's page 78 and it's Leal Trejo APC. So I will retract.
Hey guys, don't we need a motion and a second to remove that from this item before we could proceed?
Yes, we're just getting the information.
Okay, so was there a motion and second to remove the?
We haven't had any motion yet, Sunny, Trustee Zia. So Trustee Ntuk pulled it for discussion.
I get that. I just as far as voting on this item and then or
going to amend the motion to not approve the full change order issuance, purchase orders. So if somebody would make the motion, and then I will make sure we extract those two items from the vote.
If I may, to answer Trustee Ntuk's earlier question, the Leal and Trejo contract was ratified at the February Board of Trustees meeting.
Thank you for that information. Madam Secretary, should we proceed with the motion to remove the items, or do we continue with the
We're going to make the full motion with accepting the report with the exclusion of those two items, and those will be noted. So could we have a motion?
It was three items, right? 6.5, 6.8.
No, this is one. This is 6.5.
Okay.
And on page 51 and page 78.
Got it.
I will make the motion to approve, is it 6.5?
Yes.
With the exception of the items with regard to the Erickson Law Firm and the Leal Law Firm. Is the Leal in 6.5 as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're only talking about one item right now, agenda item that was pulled. That's
okay.
0.5.
Right, so I've made the motion to approve the 6.5 with the exception of those two attorney firms.
Could we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion by Trustee Ntuk, motion by Trustee Otto, second by Trustee Ntuk to approve item 6.5 with the exception of the two contracts for Francisco Leal's law firm. Any discussion? Okay, Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Leal and Erickson Law Firm.
Yes, we have them.
And Erickson Law Firm, correct. Yes.
Okay, student trustee Jimenez?
Point of clarification. So we are voting on to remove the item, correct?
We're voting on the item with the exception of those two firms.
Got you.
Yes.
Okay, so aye.
Okay. Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk?
Aye.
Doug Otto?
Aye.
Sunny Zia?
Aye.
Thank you. Now you can move to 6.8.
Okay, and just to clarify that those two items will, in order for them to be ratified, they'll be on the next regularly scheduled meeting agenda, but we'll have the information beforehand. Vice President Drinkwine?
Correct. I'll be able to have the information for you this week.
Okay. Thank you very much. And now we're going to move on to item 6.8, which was also pulled from the agenda. Trustee Ntuk, I'll defer that to you.
Yeah, they're again on, these are commercial, on the commercial warrant 6.8 on funding, noting in particular bullet point number 1 on unrestricted funding to Long Beach PD, and also on restricted funding to Long Beach PD. I had a question. It's a it's payment for security for a political event, which I'm assuming was the presidential visit we had from the campaign of Bernie Sanders last year. And the unrestricted was nearly $1.8 million to Long Beach PD, and then $93,000 to Long Beach PD from the restricted accounts. And I just wanted to ask Marlene and Superintendent Bynum that we did in fact get the reimbursement from the campaign. I know at the time last August, the agreement to have the event, they were going to reimburse us for security costs, but we're spending almost $2 million here at Long Beach PD, and I just wanted to make sure that we actually got reimbursed.
thank you. Very good question. We do get late invoices from the police department. That's just part of the way this process is set up with their department and our department. So you'll frequently see payments to them retroactively. Regarding the event in August, if you'll recall, there was a threat made just days before the event. In response, the Long Beach Police Department recommended a heightened presence to ensure the safety of our college campus during the event. In recognition that that safety or the heightened need for security was provided to our community as well as for the event, the costs were primarily reimbursed, but not entirely reimbursed by the campaign. We accepted a small part of the cost in recognition that it was important to provide security to the campus, both just prior to and after the event.
Thank you very much, Vice President Drinkwine. Anybody else on item 6.8? Yes.
Yeah, I'm not done.
Oh, sorry about that, Trustee Untuck.
Yeah, sorry. So how much did we actually get reimbursed? What was our gap?
The gap was about $15,000.
Great. So we got like 1.7 million.
That entire bill was not entirely associated with the Bernie Sanders rally. The 1.7 actually reflects our current regular contract with the Long Beach Police Department to provide campus safety to us throughout the year.
Yes, it does say as well as security service for July 2019 to January 2020, as well as extra security.
So just clarifying again, how much money did we exactly get reimbursed for security costs from the campaign?
Unfortunately, I don't have that information in front of me, but I will be able to collect it and provide it to you very quickly.
And then what was the $15,000 you mentioned?
That was about the gap of uncovered costs related to campus security. And again, that is an estimate from my recollection. Once I collect the data, I'll be able to confirm the actual amount.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Baxter?
Yeah, and I don't have the part open, but I remember from reading this that there were actually two invoices, two bills for the Long Beach PD. And at the time that I read it, I was surprised that there were two, why the bill wasn't all one. Why were there two bills? Am I right? Is my memory serving me correctly, Marlene?
The billing, we have our standard billing for the year. And that would include the officers that are, the number of officers assigned to our campuses, as well as the number of vehicles assigned to our campus. And then in addition to that, they bill separately for additional coverages. So when we required additional coverage, for instance, traffic management for large events, those are additional billings depending upon the number of additional officers needed to man that event. Otherwise, we are billed monthly for our typical services.
Okay. Does that include our football games? Is that part of the normal, or is that the additional billing?
The football games are part of the normal. Some of the really large events would not be part of the normal, are those things that require additional officers above what they already have on campus. But for the football games, we're able to staff that with our existing officers.
Thank you very much. Anything else on item 6.8? Okay, Trustee Untuck, if that is sufficient for you, I'll entertain a motion to approve that item before we move on.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion by trustee Ntuk and a second by trustee Otto to approve item 6.8 on the agenda. Any discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. And then student trustee pulled item 6.13 from the consent agenda. So I will defer that to you, Jenna.
Yes, so 6.13 is a donation from the Long Beach Police Officers Association honorary committee to the ACJA Sigma Pi and the Criminal Justice Club Sigma Pi. And I just would like to recognize that, recognize them for sending out this donation to specific students on campus. I really appreciate how members of the community are supporting our students in things that they're passionate about. So I just wanted to commend them for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jenna. So anytime that you would like to comment, obviously you can comment on any particular item. If this is okay for us to approve, I will entertain a motion to approve that item, and then we can get back to the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. I believe it was student trustee who made the motion and trustee Baxter who seconded.
No, I made the motion. Vivian, this is Sunny.
Okay, trustee Zia made the voices. Sorry, you both of you do sound very similar. Trustee Zia made the motion. Trustee Baxter seconded. Any discussion on that item? All right, Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. We're going to move on to section 7 on the agenda, Academic Senate, new, modified, and inactivated courses. This is, I do need a motion and a second to approve this, and I would just like, for the benefit of the public, to let you all know that you can log on to Board Docs and you could see the new courses, the modified courses, inactivated courses, and then the distance learning courses that we are approving. I understand that there are a lot of changes happening with the nursing program. So for the associate degree in nursing, I noticed that there's 2 women's health classes that are being cut. And I know that Dr. Scott has been working very hard to try to preserve as much as we can in the nursing program. And I'm pretty sure that these are difficult decisions to make, especially right now. I'm not really sure that the history of it, but I want to acknowledge that.
Thank you, President Malauulu. Actually, we're only inactivating these because they were never offered and the content is being shifted over to other courses.
Got it.
Not an actual cut in content.
Okay, good.
That's important. Yeah.
So what courses is the content being shifted to? Is this a statewide decision or is it just for us at the district?
I have Professor Koenig is here and she might be able to answer that. Quite often when we're updating curriculum, we just shift content to other areas when we're condensing curriculum or things like that, or new courses come through. It's just a matter, it's a business item. But Dr. Koenig, did you want to comment on this?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Scott. That one, I don't know the exact number of the course, but this material had already been absorbed into the courses prior to them ever deciding to inactivate. So this is just really cleaning up the curriculum to make sure that our catalog is correct.
Good. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Thank you. And thank you for being on the Zoom meeting call there. All right, I will entertain a motion and a second to approve item 7.1.
So moved.
Okay, I heard trustee Baxter with the motion, and I believe trustee Otto with just a hair in front of trustee Zia there on the second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Oh, sorry, roll call vote.
Student trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries that the Board of Trustees approve the new modified and inactivated courses effective fall 2021 as submitted. So this will be for the next, not this upcoming academic year, but the following. Item 7.2, new programs of study. I'll entertain a motion and a second. Yes, Trustee Otto?
And I apologize. I had meant to, before the vote, to just say that I think what the faculty is doing with this new global studies course and that whole field is just terrific, and that they needed to be complimented for it. I just was a little slow on the update. It's passed, so we can go on to 7.2 now, but I wanted to say that. Congratulations to the faculty for doing this.
Thank you, Trustee Otto. I'm sure they will certainly appreciate your sentiment there. Item 7.2, I'll entertain a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion by Trustee Baxter, second by Trustee Otto, that the Board of Trustees approve the new programs of study effective fall 2021 as submitted. And these appear to be all certificate of competencies in various general ed and it looks like fundamental academic coursework. Any discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Jimenez, Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Moving on to item 7.3, modifications to the General Education Plan C. This is also attached on the agenda. It's for additions to the General Education Plan. I'll entertain a motion in a second, please.
So move, Trustee Intuck.
Second.
Second.
Trustee Untuck made the motion. Trustee Otto seconded. This is that the Board of Trustees approve the addition of courses to General Education Plan C as submitted. Any discussion?
I have a question.
Yes.
I know this is for UC transfers for the general plan, but I also know we had some announcements about changes to transfer during COVID. Is this, Dr. Scott, I guess a question for you is this related to that new transfer changes we're making, or is this something different?
No, this is just business. These are just business items. The changes to transfer as a result of COVID, and Dr. Munoz can help me answer these questions, but we've been looking at the pass no pass option for students, and sometimes the universities don't always want to take that because the Golden Four classes, which is the math, the critical thinking, English, and communication, the students typically can't take it in that fashion. They have to take a letter grade. And the transfer institutions are accepting the pass no pass for those courses as well as major prep. The CSUs have been particularly accommodating to our students. The UCs, they don't work as a system in quite the same way. They're more independent. And so we're asking students to see a counselor before they do that. But there's also been some changes with Cal State. They've been allowing students to hold off their transfer for a semester. They've been willing to let students transfer without quite as many units as they typically would. And those are some of the things that have come out through COVID and us working closely with our CSU and UC partners.
Great. And so this change is for business, regular, non-COVID related, but what does it actually change in the Schedule C of the transfer agreement?
Whenever we make curriculum changes, then we need to update our plans. So whenever we, for example, add a course that can be used in the different plans for transfer, then we have to change the plan itself. So anytime we take out a course, we modify a course, we add a course, the plan itself has to change. And beyond that, I will defer to Dr. Koenig, but that's anytime we make a change to the courses within the plans, then we also have to change the plan.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. I can explain this quickly. Yeah, what happened with these two courses is the courses themselves were modified slightly so that they were equivalent to 2 years of high school in that language study, and that made them available to be added to Plan C for the requirement of proficiency in a language other than English. So the department was very excited about this because this just serves our students a little bit better with our Spanish 1 and French 1 offerings.
Awesome. Thanks for the update. I guess next time students will see changes in the fall printed schedule of classes, the C schedule will be a little bit different.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification. We do have the motion and a second, so now we'll go to a roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Jimenez?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk?
Aye.
Doug Otto?
Aye.
Sunny Zia? Sunny Zia? Okay.
Okay, I believe we have the 4 votes. Motion carries.
You do.
That is that the Board of Trustees approve the addition of courses to General Education Plan C as submitted. And that concludes Agenda Section 7, which is Academic Senate. And those are all items under Title 5, Section 53203. Now we're moving on to Section 8 on the agenda for Academic Affairs. We have one item. This is the Enrollment Management Plan update, and I will defer to Executive Vice President Dr. Kathy Scott.
Thank you, President Malauulu. We are at the conclusion of the 3rd year of our enrollment management plan. And as you may recall, and I remember it fondly because it was my first thing that was tasked to me when I got here. But this was an important 3-year plan that we put together back in 2017. And I have to give credit to Michelle Grimes-Hillman and Institutional Effectiveness and Erin Murphy, who helped put this report together. But every year we've reported to the board on the work that's been done under this plan that was created 3 years ago. And this, like I said, is the 3rd year of this 3-year plan. We will be moving to a new plan for the next 3 years, and we were on the way to developing that, and then COVID hit. So we want some time to relook at what we have to do to continually pivot and change what we're doing to ensure that we are meeting our students' needs in a world that may be remote or online. So we will continue to work on this plan over spring and perhaps a little bit into fall. And we just wanted a little bit of time because of that. But we do know that our new plan will be another 3-year plan, and it will be organized according to the framework of guided pathways. The current enrollment management plan is framed around completion by design. And that worked well then, but as we move forward, we did want to change the way that we've organized it. So I'll go over this really quickly. I think one of the reasons we were able to address some of the COVID things so well as an institution is because of the collaboration and the relationships that we have. Many of them you see in this document. And that's why I don't want to just skim over it, because what happened through these 3 years has just been a monumental amount of work and a fabulous collaboration between academic affairs, student services, marketing, and all different areas of and institutional effectiveness and other areas across campus. So I'll just go over it very quickly. But the first one was connection. That was the first one out of completion by design. That really had to do with marketing and website improvements. And we've done a significant amount to show our academic programs on our website now. We have an adult ed landing page so that our different partners and different groups of students can see what we have to offer. A lot of the student services information is now available. The pathways information, career and academic pathways information is there. And also here and under Dr. Munoz's leadership, we've done a lot to promote diversity within the community, having all those fabulous Latinx Month, Black Heritage Month, Women's History Month. And it also talks about our expanded partnerships with Long Beach Unified and Cal State Long Beach in this first section. The second section has to do with students entering the path. And this is counseling, the career exploration workshops that they do such a great job with, the launching of a career and transfer academy, adult ed, and we just went through the curriculum that you approved. And if we look back over these 3 years, we've had a 96% increase in our non-credit offerings, a 30% increase in programs. We've grown adult ed tremendously over this period. Also in the entry section is math and English, and we've revamped everything to ensure that we were compliant with AB 705, as you will recall. Our students who have completed transfer level English, it's up 64% in 2 years. Math, it's up 19%. So congratulations to both math and English for the phenomenal curriculum work and the gains in student completions in those areas. Also, we've been working with Long Beach Unified on Browning, the early college. We have a meeting tomorrow actually about that again. And our continued early college pathways program, our ECPP with Long Beach Unified. Also all the work on the ed plans, the degree audit, all that was under this plan. Matriculation improvements, the welcome centers, the increased direct high school matriculants that increased by 24% under the leadership of Dr. Munoz and his team. And that is noted in here. 2,600 students committed to the inaugural Viking Advantage. And the off-campus matriculation services, we reinstituted that work at 28 local high schools. There was also a huge amount of marketing that took place under Josh Castellanos' leadership. Really quite amazing, the things that have been done in that area. And all the work that's been done under Guided Pathways with Michelle Grimes-Hillman and Kenna Hillman. The third section is progress, looking at the curriculum we've done, and the global studies is listed as the first bullet in this executive summary that we provided to you. And you've seen all the curriculum that's come through in the last 3 years. The open educational resources, the free textbooks for students has also been a very high priority of ours. And there was a presentation on this a few months ago, and we've saved about over $600,000 for our students in free textbook costs. Is the developing of online and hybrid offerings, ensuring that our faculty are on Canvas. And I'm happy to say 95% of them are on Canvas now. Which is quite an achievement in a very short period of time. In the scheduling section, we created the student-centered schedule with structured start and end times, and that was done by the department heads work group. And also some highlights were under student wellness, all the work that Dr. Munoz reported on a couple of meetings ago about our basic aid efforts for food insecurity, and also mental health services for students. In the completion section, which is number 4, we've increased the associate degrees for transfer 29%. We had almost 4,000 students contacted through our completion efforts with completion counselors and others. Huge amount of work there, and that contributed to our huge increase in transfers and completion of various sorts. We also had all the work that was done in workforce with all of the internships, all of the industries that agreed to partner with us on internships and job placement. And then finally, the integrated support structures, the cultural curriculum audit that we created with the faculty senate, the academic senate, to ensure that we're doing our best with equity. And then, of course, all the work on guided pathways that we've done for an extended period of time at this point. So there's a huge amount of work that's been done. And when I got here, fairly shortly after I got here, I remember seeing something on the dais when I got there, and so did all the board members, that showed that we were 71 out of 72 districts in completion. It was not a good moment for any of us, but we have improved tremendously over the last 3 years. A lot of the work done under this plan, and I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of the people that helped to work on it. Just if I could thank a couple of people, Dr. Paul Creason was instrumental in it, Moises Gutierrez, Dr. Douglas, Dr. Corral, Jennifer Holmgren, a lot of the faculty. Jorge Ochoa was active in this, Joanna Hahn, Mark Zapola, Susan Cully, and Jean Goss. So thank you to all of those people that helped, and I appreciate being given a few minutes to talk about it. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Scott. Really appreciate the work and really appreciate the information. Trustee Otto, I see you there.
Real quickly, yeah, it's incredible to see this and all that's been accomplished. It was my, when I made my late remark on item 7.1 or 2, I can't remember, about global studies. Yeah, you figured out a program in global studies and an associate degree for transfer that leads to CSU admission, and that's a huge accomplishment in and of itself. But as I read through all this stuff, what I thought was, what remains to be done? It looks to me like it's a pretty new, complete plan for the next 3 years.
Now we have to pivot. Otto, we have to pivot, and we have to.
I need to remind you, you've used that word 12 times.
Remote world. But I appreciate that. Thank you.
I think if you say pivot more than 12 times, you're like a whirling dervish.
Okay, I'm going to stop saying it. But the other thing I should note is that the FTES, which I know that Trustee Otto, you've always been concerned about. I mean, we are going to be very close to the 20,000 FTES, and that's what partly drove up the FON. But it's just been a tremendous amount of work to try. We didn't want to fall off the cliff when the funding formula came to an end. It was always our goal to try to do the best we could so that we were in the best possible position. And I hope that we still will be with all those students that may not want to go away to school.
Right. We need a strategy for this.
Good information. Anybody else on item 8.1 before we move on? Thank you, Dr. Scott. That was great. And please
Trustee Ntuk here.
Yes, Trustee Ntuk.
Yeah, no, I just want to also thank Dr. Scott for the presentation. I think it was very comprehensive. It'd be great to have somebody make it look all slick and nice and put in a PDF with a cover page and nice pictures in it to highlight all the enrollment items. I mean, from the middle college to the scheduling changes and adult education. I agree, it's very comprehensive, and I know it's a lot of collective teamwork to make that happen. So I just want to thank everybody who did that, and look forward to implementing that plan over the next 3 years.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to section 9 on the agenda, which is administrative and business services. There's only one item there. Item 9.1 is a resolution designation of applicant's agent for non-state agencies. And if I'm not mistaken, this has to do specifically with COVID. And actually, I'm looking at it right now. It took a minute to load FEMA and COVID. This is an action item. Before we vote on it, though, if I believe Vice President Drinkwine, is that something that you could give us a little bit of information before I entertain a motion in a second?
Absolutely. This is a requirement by FEMA that we make these designations of the persons that will serve as our agents as we work with FEMA. And so it is a requirement of FEMA, and it follows the application process.
Thank you very much. The way the recommended action reads is that the Board of Trustees approve the attached resolution 042220A in the format provided by the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, which is OES, to designate agents for the district to engage with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, and the Governor's Office of Emergency Services regarding emergency relief grants. I just have one question. Is this for students? Is this for employees, or is it for both?
The FEMA funds would come to the district, and they would be to reimburse us for emergency activities related to COVID-19. Those are the activities I mentioned in my presentation that could take more than 3 years to receive reimbursement. It is primarily for reimbursement of overtime, use of facilities, purchase of emergency supplies to keep our employees safe, those types of activities. separate from the CARES Act that benefits students.
Students, got it. Thank you. Okay, I'll entertain a motion and a second to approve this resolution.
Trustee Ntuk makes a motion. So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion by Trustee Ntuk, second by Trustee Otto. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please. Madam Secretary Jackie, did we lose you? Oh, you're on mute. I don't know if you can see that, but you're on mute.
Two different mouse.
There you go.
Okay. Student Trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uluwakjo Ntuk.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. And just for the benefit of the public, the three designated individuals are Superintendent President Luann Bynum, Vice President Business Services Marlene Drinkwine, and Director of Fiscal Services John Thompson. For the benefit of the public, the resolution in its totality is an attachment. So now we're moving on to section 10 on the agenda, student services. Again, we only have one item on the agenda. 10.1, annual approval for student trustee to receive compensation for board meetings. This is an action item that the Board of Trustees approve compensation for the student trustee in the amount of 25% of the monthly amount paid to publicly elected trustees, or $100 per month as submitted. It's a meeting stipend there. So I'll entertain a second and a motion for that.
Trustee Ntuk makes a motion. Second.
Okay, I heard Trustee Otto with the motion, Trustee Ntuk with the second. Any discussion on that?
Sure, I have something to bring up. It was brought to my attention that during my predecessor's term that there was an increase in this compensation. And I just want to know whether that's true or why that's not, if it's true, why that's not reflected now.
Madam Secretary, I will defer that to you.
From what I can remember, it did not pass because it could only be a certain percentage of the board is paid. This is set by education code, so it remains at $100 per month.
This is Trustee Ntuk. I also recall it didn't pass, and there was a limitation on how much we could increase it. I think it was 10%. Mm-hmm. So it made it like, $110.
Yeah.
But then it did not, when on the final vote, it didn't pass. Maybe
and it
6
may
months ago.
Been 5%, if I remember right, but no, it did not pass.
Thank you. Student Trustee Jenna, it's something that's out of our hands as a board, that we have to adhere to what the Ed Code prescribes, and it has certain limitations. And I do commend your predecessor, Student Trustee. He was really resourceful, and he brought forth a lot of information, but unfortunately the Ed Code restriction was the reason why that didn't pass.
Thank you for the clarification.
Discussion? Sure. Any additional discussion?
Trustee President Malauulu?
Yes.
Just as kind of for Student Trustee Jimenez, this is probably a good agenda item for you to abstain because you directly benefit from it, even though you could vote on it, just as far as proper parliamentary procedure. So just, background information and recommendation.
Yes, you should definitely recuse yourself and leave the room. Leave the Zoom. How about that?
Okay. We'll have Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uluwakjo Ntuk.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Did Vivian say leave the board?
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. What was that, Trustee Otto?
I thought you said that she should leave the board. Oh, okay, I misunderstood.
No. All right, the motion carries. That's the annual compensation for the student trustee. And now we're moving on to section 11 on the agenda, the Academic Senate President 11.1, Jerry Florence.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. It's nice to see everybody. I'm sorry we're not face to face, but this is what it is. As many of you are aware, I have been at Long Beach City College for many, many, many years. The college has weathered a variety of storms, faced challenges, and always kept the success of our students at the forefront. To say that the last 6 weeks have added an interesting chapter to Viking history would be a huge understatement. Faculty, both tenured and adjunct, have kept a can-do attitude. They have spent countless hours being trained to move face-to-face classes to a remote platform. They have worked with Dr. Wendy Koenig, the curriculum chair, to complete distance education addendums for hundreds of classes, providing flexibility in teaching modalities. They have reached out to each other, offering technology expertise, sharing creative class assignments, and giving moral support. They have stood shoulder to shoulder with their students during a time of uncertainty and assured them that they will succeed. A big thank you to Dr. Kathy Scott, the Executive Vice President of Academic Affairs. I know her plate is full, but she offers a quick yes to faculty requests for meetings and conversations. Her perspective is important to us, and her support is invaluable. I want to acknowledge the leadership of the ASB President, Alyssa Tanisa Jones. She is a strong voice for the students that she serves, and her involvement in campus work groups has been much appreciated the last several weeks. Our classified colleagues are to be commended, as they too are an integral part of this team. They have kept the business of the college running while maintaining our campus facilities. Not a small feat, and much appreciated. The administrative team, under the leadership of Superintendent President Luann Bynum, has been supportive, quick to respond to requests, open to new ideas, anxious to solve problems, transparent in what scenarios might lie ahead, and most importantly, and I can't emphasize this enough, inclusive. Everyone has a seat at the table. Collaboration is the operative word, and they have made every effort to seek out and include all campus constituencies in the decision-making process. Effective shared governance is being role modeled every day. Thank you, Luann Bynum. What I know for sure is that we are stronger together. We have learned many lessons, developed new processes and procedures, stretched our personal and professional wings, and realized that we are resilient, confident, capable, and committed to the success of our students. As it should be, they are our number one priority. I thank you to my colleagues in the Academic Senate, LBCCFA, Classified Senate, and AFT. We are an unbeatable team, and I am proud to be serving with and for you. This concludes my report.
Excellent report. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
11.2, Classified Senate President. This is for Cece.
I could not have said it better myself. Everything that Mrs. Florence just told us is exactly how the classified professionals are feeling. That was really amazing, and thank you for that report. That was really eloquent, and I agree with it all wholeheartedly. So there are so many of us classified professionals working hard, most remotely and some as essential personnel, and there's so many unsung heroes. Most people say they're busier than ever, which is strange to everybody, but it's true. We've set up a group to plan activities called the Community and Connection Group, and we are going to start planning activities that will help us feel more connected. Our first event is on May 4th, so look forward to that. Classified professionals are willing to assist students, faculty, and staff in any way that they can. And many of us are supporting the faculty as much as we can. And there's been so much innovation, creative and flexible thinking. And we've just been amazed at the way the faculty, many of them, have risen to the occasion. It helps us feel so much more optimistic about this situation when we see all of our college colleagues thinking creatively and flexibly, and especially, and I said this before, communicating clearly and effectively through emails and through the comprehensive COVID-19 information site. It's been so appreciated. And we're so happy to have Interim Superintendent President Bynum with us. She's a great leader in this emergency, and we're so happy that she's here with us. And just feeling calm and professional and just keeping everybody at ease. It's been really important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cece. 11.3, the Board of Trustees reports. Let's go. I'm looking at my screen here. Trustee Otto, yours is first on the screen.
Well, I too will be brief in the interest of time. I had high hopes that we would end before 9 o'clock tonight, but we're close, very close. Anyway, I want to, I listened to the chancellor's, statewide chancellor's hour and a half. It wasn't a webinar, but it was about advocacy and what was going on today. And I also participated in the one that we did last Thursday afternoon. And I've been thinking a lot about leadership and what it is. I'm running this process now to pick a new CEO for the aquarium here in Long Beach after Jerry Schubel announced his retirement. And it's an enormous amount of work, but it's very, very interesting to see what you can do with good leadership. The reports that I get from everybody at Long Beach City College is it's just calmer, and it's people are talking to each other. People are starting to feel ways that they hadn't felt in a long time, not because bad things were happening, but just it was a style question. And my congratulations to Superintendent President Bynum, because I think she's been responsible for that. And as we go through this crazy time of this pandemic that nobody ever could have said in January, well, guess what's going to happen to you for the next year or 2 years? But we're doing it with grace. We're doing it with heart. We're doing it with caring about each other. And it's a real privilege to be a part of all that. So that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Trustee Otto. Trustee Baxter?
Okay, I had to take myself off mute. Thank you, President Malauulu. I just want to echo what Jerry and Cece said. I truly salute the faculty, the classified staff, and the management team for their ability and willingness to step forward, be innovative. I think we should be so proud of our college. And also the fact that we are, through Superintendent President Bynum, we are helping the city of Long Beach through our work at the Pacific Coast campus and whatever else the city needs us to do. I think that makes us partners with the city, and I think that's very, very important. So my congratulations to all LBCC employees, and what a super job you are all doing. I attended the town hall last Thursday, and I was so glad I did because I learned a lot about what's going on. And over 600 people watched it, and I think that's remarkable. And I hope that we do more of that. I have to tell you that I'm also on Jane Conley's list, and every week I get a message from Jane Conley, and I'm not an alum. I'm just on the list. And I think that's important. Luann, I know you have nothing better to do all day, but I'm giving you the... But anyway, I thought the town hall was very, very well done. Then I wanted to congratulate Colleen Sterrett, who is our sculpture teacher, and she has a showing at LA Harbor College, and I'm curious to see how they are able to have their gallery open. But to congratulations, Colleen, and she always brings honor to LBCC. I also want to congratulate Dr. Jill Baker, who's been named the superintendent of Long Beach Unified School District. There was a photo, I think on Facebook or someplace, of now, we have 3 female educational leaders in town. And I think that's quite remarkable. I am so glad that Jill was appointed the new superintendent. And she understands Long Beach and has been in our community 30 years. And I think that's really, really important. So congratulations, Jill. Then just different thing that I've been doing at the end of March, well, the middle of March, I made plastic face shields for hospital workers through a Rotary project. And Doug's wife, Frida, was there. She put in a lot more hours than I did, but it was good to do something that you knew was helping our healthcare workers in our community. The face shields went only to the Long Beach area hospitals and facilities and things like that. So that, and I have new appreciation for people who do sweatshop labor because in an hour and a half, my back was killing me. So I don't know how people do that all day long. Anyway, I'm also on the board of the Ronald McDonald House, and we met via Zoom. And they have a virtual walk on Sunday, and I'm very proud. We have 8 students who will be in that walk, raising money for Ronald McDonald House. That's great. I'm also on the CCEJ board, and we made a decision not to have a dinner. I know everyone's heart will be broken that they won't be able to go to a dinner, but that was a big topic of conversation. I attended the LBCC Foundation Executive Committee meeting. Very, very positive, wonderful. I think we are on the road to very, very good relations between the college community and the foundation board. Also, the American Association of University Women Executive Board meeting. And that's what I've been doing besides keeping up with what's going on in town. So thank you for a wonderful meeting, President Malauulu.
Thank you. Trustee Untuck.
Sure. Hey, just want to wish everybody a happy Earth Day today. One of the benefits of the COVID pandemic has been really great air quality with all the cars and trucks not driving. I know that I grew up with asthma here in Long Beach, and so has my kids. And it's been really nice that they've been able to, when we go outside for walks, that it's just really clean air. And I know it was earlier policy efforts we've made in around sustainability of getting the more electric chargers. We joined the Association for the Advancement of Sustainability in Higher Education. This year is our first full year as a member of that organization. We're doing more solar panels on campus, but it's something to think about and reopening as how can we keep the air clean and continue to advance the environmental movement and sustainability on the college. So just something to think about. I've been home here in Long Beach for 6 weeks, working and living out of the house. And I was thinking, usually I go through like all the Long Beach City College events I've attended, but it's just been all those special meetings we had, 4 or 5 of them here in the last month. One item I think I'd like to ask my colleagues and we should start thinking about is a retreat. I think it's time for us to get together and really do a deep dive on strategy and goals and really thinking about post-COVID restart of how do we how we're going to implement and still stay true to the values that we all share as a campus community. But also I think we need to begin to have a discussion about the search process for the permanent superintendent president and think about timing and logistics and inclusion and outreach. And I think those are really important conversations we can't have in just a regular meeting, that we really got to commit some time to have a deeper conversation. So I don't know if that ends up being a Friday or a Saturday retreat session that we all hop on Zoom like this and schedule it like we've done in the past. But I think it's time for us to have a retreat, because I think it's been a good year and a half. And then I just wanted to say thank you to student trustee Jimenez for her active participation today. It's great to have a student trustee back. I know we went maybe 3 or 4 months with an empty seat. And so we appreciate the student voice, and You are a board member, so making motions and asking questions and pulling items is your obligation, just like any of us can do. And you got to thank former student trustee Jones and his efforts to empower the student trustee to be a full board member. And I think you did a really good job tonight of living up to some of his efforts. So just want to say thank you.
Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Trustee Untuck. Trustee Zia?
I have no report. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple of things. One, I would like to thank everybody for the hard work that you're doing. I agree with just about everything that the other trustees have said. Trustee Otto, I too have heard a lot of feedback about Superintendent President Lou Anne Bynum jumping in, hitting the ground running from throughout the city. It is unfortunate that we're not able to have our usual Long Beach social scene, which is, as we all know, very robust, but I know that you would be a part of it and you'd be welcome. The feedback that I've gotten from the college community has also been very positive as well. I haven't really heard anything from students. It's been hard because we haven't had any events on campus. Normally that's where I've got my finger to the pulse of activities, but I have heard from faculty and staff and administrators, and I just want to commend you. It feels like things are on the mend, and it feels like the college is, righting itself again. And I give you the credit for doing that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Trustee Untuck, I too would like to just piggyback on the fact that today is Earth Day. And one of the activities that I miss is, we do have our environmental clubs on campus, which often host activities tonight. My kids have attended, so you kind of made me sad because I missed not having an opportunity to do that. Today, Trustee Baxter, I know that you and I are in the same email loops, and the CCEJ dinner is one of them that we had to make that decision. The board that the meetings that we attend. So there's a lot of things happening around the city and a lot of really creative ways that people are meeting and trying to be of service. The two events that I just want to highlight is on April 5th, I participated in the Kamai cultural celebration, which normally would have been a festival. It's been held at the Pacific Coast campus a couple of times, and we were able to engage members of the Cambodian community and have a town hall, so to speak, session with them, which was really informative. I would like to congratulate and thank Dr. Marcia Parker from the communications department, who did an outstanding job. She never gave up. We had several events on the calendar, and for one reason or another, we kept having to postpone. And she just did a really terrific job of making sure that that happened. And then also the town hall last Thursday, the 16th. That was an outstanding event. I actually texted everybody who was participating saying that we could have gone an extra half hour to an hour. My favorite part was the questions. Everybody submitted questions, and I learned a lot too, just listening to the responses to the questions that were asked. Superintendent President Lou Anne Bynum circulates a weekly email to the board with updates and information. And a lot of the questions that were asked of us, it's nice to have other people contribute because you don't know what everybody's thinking. And some of those questions, they've fallen through the cracks. We think we cover everything. We think we're doing everything. And then somebody brings up something that we hadn't even considered. So it's outstanding to get those questions. I'm looking forward to the student town hall, and I'm looking forward to additional town halls. I know that there's other things happening throughout the city that Long Beach City College will be a part of. I would also like to publicly thank Mayor Robert Garcia, and also thank other members of the city, the community, Long Beach Fire Department, Long Beach Police, for the effort that they've done throughout the city. And I would like to thank them for trusting us to be able to partner with them to provide facilities and to provide the necessary resources and the space that they need to be able to carry out the good work that the community needs. Lastly, I would just like to close because in addition to this being Earth Day, today is also Administrative Professional Day. And I would like to acknowledge our board secretary, Jackie Hahn. Thank her for the hard work that she does. She is secretary to 5 board members, and we all have these great personalities, don't we? So if you can all go to your Zoom, you see that little reaction on the bottom right and do your clap right there. Jackie, if we were in the boardroom, there she is, applauding you and presenting you with flowers for administrative professionals. But it's not just Jackie. We have a team of administrative professionals at Long Beach City College that I would like to acknowledge. We've got Michelle. We've got just everybody in the T-suite. I don't want to leave anybody out because if I start naming people, I'll forget one person. But just everybody on campus, throughout the campus, all the various secretaries and clerical support staff. Today is a day that we honor you, and it's unfortunate that we're not there to do it in person, but you're not going unrecognized. So thank you very much, everybody. And if there isn't anything additional for
sorry, Vivian, one last thing.
Yes.
May I ask that we adjourn the meeting in memory of Pat Hicks? Pat was a Long Beach City College student. She was on the cabinet. She worked in the women's locker room, and she passed away. And the reason I bring this up, besides the fact that she should be honored, is that there was a GoFundMe program to help pay for funeral expenses. And this was through Facebook, and so much money was raised to not only were they able to pay for the funeral expenses, but $2,000 is being donated to the Helping Homeless Students Fund.
Oh, that's nice.
Pat was a sweetheart.
That's awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you.
President Malauulu?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to remind, I don't know if everybody was ready to sign off, but there is 11.5, which is future reports.
No, we're not ready to sign off.
Okay.
We still have to go through a couple more little items. I did want to just briefly respond to Trustee Untuck. One step ahead of you, brother. We've got Luann Bynum and I have already met about a possible retreat. We'd already had a conversation about also not only the retreat, but the presidential search. And we decided that with so many things happening right now with commencement and COVID, that we were going to iron out all of those priorities first, make sure that the summer and the fall, everything was underway before we started working on the search. And definitely the retreat was on that discussion. So we great minds think alike because we were already on that. So thank you. We're going to move on to item 11.4, which is trustee committees. Are there any trustee committee reports? Seeing none, we're going to item 11.5. This is, again, Superintendent President Bynum and I discussed the agenda. This is future reports. This is an opportunity for board members to request additional reports for future agendas with consensus of the board, consideration by the Superintendent President. Any requests? And for your information, there's a list of scheduled agenda reports through June of 2020. We do have the May meeting and the June meetings, and there are 6 items coming up for reporting on those 2 meetings.
Chair Malauulu, this is Trustee Zia.
Yes.
I'd like to make a request to agendize the superintendent president search or the process and give an update or commence it and have a standing agenda item if possible.
Okay. Do we need a motion and a second? It's not an action item. I think it's just consensus.
Yeah, it's only
whatever is the pleasure of the board.
If there's no objection from any board members, it's basically consensus. Do you have anything to put on that item, or it'll just be available? Because until you start with a search committee or a consultant.
I think it would be good to just have an item where updates are given on where we're at with the process, or at least if we can put it in our space to start the process. As time is of the essence.
President Malauulu.
Yes, Trustee Baxter.
Well, I think that you brought up a very good point. In my mind, this is not the time to bring this up. I think we're dealing with so many other things that this is something that should be deferred for at least a couple of months. That's my humble opinion.
And this is Trustee Otto. You certainly don't have consensus from me on this. And the reason for that is that you put a regular agenda item on about how we're doing to move forward on something that we're not even thinking about right now. And the trouble with our agendas in general is that there were lots of things that would get onto our agendas that didn't really have to do with the business of the college. So when it's time, somebody can have us put it on, but I think it's inappropriate to say, let's have a regular agenda item about where we're going to go from here.
Yeah, I don't have a problem not making it a regular agenda item. I just think we should start the process. It doesn't have to be imminent, but if it's in a couple months, that's fine. But I just want to put it out there that we need to start the process. And I don't think it's inappropriate. This process takes a long time. As you recall, Trustee Otto, we went through quite an extensive and exhaustive process last time. And I think Trustee Ntuk made a good point. We should look at this and start the process at some point. So the sooner the better, because these things take time, and the effect of COVID may even prolong it. And I think we should start thinking about that earlier than later.
I'm not in favor of that.
I would agree with Trustees Baxter and Otto, simply because I think that our college family is already overwhelmed enough with all the transition and all the changes. And I think there's so many uncertainties right now. We've got contract negotiations with one of our bargaining units. We've got commencement that we really need to figure out what we're going to do with that. I have no problem having conversations about the search and maybe developing some kind of outline. But I think, Superintendent President Bynum is, she walked into a mountain of stuff to take care of. And I think adding one more thing to her plate right now, we can defer a month or two. We can wait until after we figure out what's happening. I would like to have this discussion again, maybe in June, and then figure out a plan going into the academic year, maybe start talking about committees then. But I just, in good conscience, I just can't give people.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, in a couple of months, I don't think that's unreasonable. So yeah, that's fine with me.
So Superintendent Bynum, are you okay with maybe coming back with some kind of plan by the June meeting once we get past all this other, I know you have a lot of priorities right now, but maybe coming back, developing, we could take a look at the previous presidential search plan that we developed back in 2017, and then maybe just, presenting that and having a conversation about that sometime in June.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I would be fine with bringing that back. I don't know if you want to have a longer session at the board meeting, or you want to have a retreat in the summer, like Trustee Ntuk suggested, to talk about that as well.
President Malauulu, I think that would be a better use of our time to make this an agenda item for the retreat.
Sure. Whatever is a pleasure of the board. We did defer the retreat discussion until after we got through this academic year. So that was something that was tabled. So we can discuss both of those when the time comes. I don't feel a sense of urgency in trying to get a presidential search going right now. I don't feel a sense of urgency in trying to get a retreat going. We're going to have a different board by the end of the year. There's going to be a change on the board. I do feel a sense of urgency in making sure that we wrap up the 2019-2020 academic year successfully, that we do right by our students, that we do right by our faculty with contract negotiations. I do feel that those are more priorities that we should focus our energy on, and then we can just table the other items until everything else is starting to smooth sail. So if there isn't anything specific, we could move on from item 11.5 to section 12 of the agenda. Madam Secretary, are there any public comments on non-agenda items?
No, I received none, Madam President.
Thank you. And we do not need a second closed session. And I know once we had a meeting that adjourned, I believe it was like 9:07. I thought we might get close tonight. But it is 9:29, and we are going to adjourn the meeting just to let the public know that the next regular meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held on Wednesday, May 27th, 2020. Closed session will be at 4:30, open session at 5:30. And Trustee Baxter, we will adjourn in the memory of, was it Pat Hicks that you said?
Pat Hicks. Pat Hicks.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for tuning in. Thank you for our wonderful tech team. Everyone be safe. Have a great evening.
Night, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.